Okay, alright. What's up, YouTube? How y'all doing? Hope y'all are doing great. Welcome to Hyper Game Dev. My name's Lees, and today I'm working on this prototype. It's not quite a game yet, but it's getting there. I am calling it a survival runner for right now, something like that. I've been working on this for about one devlog. I did a live stream last week. Every week I'm gonna do actually a few devlogs. Right now I'm only doing one a week. Starting next week, I'm gonna start doing two a week. And then after a couple weeks of that, I'm gonna do 3 a week. I had some shoulder surgery, and so I'm just easing back into my regular workflow. But I'm neurodivergent as can be. I got that ADHD all over the place. And you know what really helps me get some work done is really just live streaming, because it gives me a reason to sit down and get some work done. So today specifically, what I want to get added into this game is some obstacle and enemy stuff. Obstacle and enemy stuff. You can see there's already some obstacles in here. Obviously nothing much happens, right? We can like move left and right. You can see all my WASDing over there. And on the left, it's kind of wild on the bottom left there, but you kind of get the idea. We're moving around. And what I want is for it to matter more. I kind of want to see, like, so the idea of this game is that when certain parts of your body run into objects, the part of your body will become damaged and potentially break off. So I kind of want to get that set up. So you can see there's some blocks like down at the bottom, and then there's some blocks kind of on, you know, that can hit you up higher. So like those would knock off the arms, right? And then these would knock off the legs. There are some trees in here. I attempted on Monday doing a Blender live stream. That was a private live stream just for YouTube members and patrons. And I'm doing my art there because, I don't know, it just feels more personal, I guess. Yes, Frank, welcome. Good to see you. What's up? Good to see you. Yes, Frank, indeed, it is some trees. I tried to model them in Blender. And, you know, they look a lot better in Blender, actually. Let me show you what they look like over there. I don't know what happened. I don't really know what happened, other than when I brought it into Godot, it changed. So let me show you what it looked like before. So I am getting some skills. I'm getting some skills in game dev, but you know, it's a little bit at a time. I might make a little shape for another type of enemy or something today. Oh, this doesn't have all the leaves on it. Oh, okay. Well, this this is not the best version of it. Let me open the best version of it. There it is. This was what I wanted, right? So I followed a tutorial that was talking about like using a particle system in Blender to create the leaves. I tried to move the Blender version of a tree into Godot. Exactly. Yeah, that's literally, you correctly ascertained the situation. I tried very much so. So you can see it's not terrible. Do I remember how to use Godot or Blender? I may well. Let's see here. I think I know what to do. Yeah. So you can see it kind of has like some fluffiness to it. The texture on the bark it leaves a lot to be desired. All right, I know that. I recognize that. I admit that. And so, you know, like I was pretty happy with this, but when I brought it into Godot, indeed, it looked like what you see over there on the right. And then best case scenario, you can see on the left here, that's what it looks like without any of the particle system on. So, you know, if I pull open the one where the leaves aren't on it, that's the one that, you know, and that one looks pretty good. So that's just the shapes there without the leaves. You know, it's all right. So I don't know. I kind of need to think about like a style or something, you know, like maybe keep it simple. And so anyway, so this little guy down here, I made in Womp 3D. That was also part of a member stream. And I think I'm going to go back into it because I want to separate the arms. Right now, the legs are actually a separate component. Which I'm going to need because I want to set good goals for today. Hey, what's up, Thoughty? Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. I want to set some good goals for today. So I'm thinking if we could have the alien, which is your player character in this game, if we could have the alien lose limbs when it bumps into objects, that would be a great thing. But then we can have some objects that you can behave differently with, like maybe you can interact with them or something like that. Oh, speaking of interaction, by by the way, and speaking of interaction, if you haven't yet, I hope you'll consider hyper smashing that thumbs up button. It really helps more people see this live stream, and the video will get recommended more after I go live. And it tells me I'm doing okay. So thank you if you're able to do that. It'll feel great. There will be all kinds of sparkles and colors, and it'll look really nice if you hit that thumbs up button. Thank you if you can do that. I appreciate it. Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Frank, for hitting that thumbs up button in the chat and the actual button. I appreciate it. Yeah, so if I come over here to Godot and we look at the alien. So the alien, I imported this. Let me get out of here. Oh, also, did you know, like, you can, like, connect Blender and Godot? That's something I want to do today, too. There's a lot of things I want to do, so I need to, like, rein it in before I'm here for 8 hours. So if we look at the alien, you can see there's actually these separate pieces for the legs, which is very convenient. So there we have these separate pieces. Unfortunately, I did not export the arms that way. Now I could go into Blender and cut the arms off. That's a possibility. Maybe I'll do that. That's not something I've specifically done before, but how hard can it be? How hard can it be? So I'll figure that out. Or I can go into WOMP and export it with the arms off. So that's something. So then what I want is to try to get it so we can actually knock those arms off. Now the idea is that you have some health, right? You have like health, and when you bump into those pieces, that health will go down, and then your arms will go away. But I don't want to. I feel like maybe we can just keep it simple today, and then we'll just be floating around as a nub without arms and legs, and that'll be fine. But I also want different types. So I also want to think about different types because I want to start laying the groundwork for the logic so it will, be good for adding multiple enemies in. So some enemies, I do actually have a design document. Let me see if I can get that pulled up. I do actually have a design document where I have attempted to outline how this should go. Let me see if I can pull it up in a reasonable amount of time. Oh, it's not in dark mode. That's not fair. Nobody needs that. Well, anyway, I'll pull it up in a second. But what it's supposed to be is there's going to be things you can grab and then consume, and then there's things you can destroy by hitting them, and then there's also going to be things that you can't like grab. Well, you can, but you can hit. So there's things you can hit and destroy. There's things you can grab and throw. That's the other one. And there's things you can grab and eat. And so those are the different. So we kind of need things to behave differently, right? And then some enemies will shoot. Some things will be like animals. So the idea. Okay, I'm excited to explain this to you. I need to pull it up so I can show you. And I will get this. You know what else needs to get out of light mode is the game. It's too bright. I need to change these colors. We need to do there's so many things. I need to start taking notes immediately, or I'm gonna lose track. There's so much to do. There's so much to do. What did we add in our notes last time? We got some bugs, obstacle interaction. Yeah, that's important, but you know what I'd really like to do is change ground and sky colors. That's a big one. Separate arms. Yeah, so let's get that put out, and then let me make sure. Alien Meet World is probably the title for this game, by the way. Let me set this up so it's not burning holes in our eyes because we don't deserve that. I do think this live stream deserves a couple thumbs ups. I see we got a nice handful of folks hanging out with us today, but only a tiny amount of thumbs up. I see we got 2 thumbs ups and 6 of you hanging out with us right now. Thank you for coming through. We got Cheeky Boom in this house. We got a Cheeky Boom in this house. Welcome. How have you been, Cheeky? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. Let's see if I'm gonna make this appearance. Yes, appearance. Please save me from the lightness. All right, we got a few thumbs ups there. I'll take it. I'll take it. The more the merrier. Helps more people see this live stream. And helps more people see your messages, and we can all have a good party together. So I appreciate it. And if you're watching this after the live stream, that's a big help as well. Thank you for those of you who come through after the live stream. I really appreciate you. Okay, so Alien Meat World is the idea, and the reason I'm calling it this is because you are an alien who's invading Earth. And what's up, Freaker? We got Freaker in this house? Yeah, alien meat. Yes, that's a big part of the game for sure. Yeah, I'm glad you're doing good. That's wonderful to hear. I'm very happy to hear you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good too. I had some shoulder surgery recently, so I'm like, I'm recovering from that. But yeah. So the alien is invading the Earth to collect meat because on their home planet, meat is very useful. It's very useful, but they've run out of meat. The idea is that they had like a bunch of meat, sort of like from and they kind of like help start their civilization because humans sent out like mice into space to see how they'd survive, and then this alien was like, I'm gonna farm this. They survived on a foreign planet, and then they started getting harvested by these aliens, and now they're running low, right? They're running low on meat, so they're invading Earth to get more. So some creatures will be animals, right? Some will be like people with weapons. So I kind of want to set up the obstacles and the enemies such that they could either be like a non-attacking creature or an attacking creature. Now I can't do all this today, but what I can do is make sure I lay that groundwork so it does come out okay. So I've started to sketch out some ideas for different object types. So there's the non-meat movable, right? So let's say like a roof on a house or something, right? You could grab and tear the roof off the house and then throw it, right? And you could kill, if someone's attacking you, or destroy other things. And then there's unmovable things like big buildings or whatever, and you can smack them and break them down. Maybe break a hole in a wall, and hey, look, there's some meat in there. Get that meat. And then there's the things that are meat, right? Which will be like your enemies and your NPCs and stuff like that. So I want to make sure I lay the groundwork for this while also, having some fun with it. So let me see what we got here. So I have different properties for different obstacle types. This was some ideas that we could do. Let me just put this a little different. And then specifically, we want to say, I want to have a goal of objects can make limbs go away. Stuff like that. All right. So that's kind of what I want to do. So let's get into it then. So I'm going to start with, I'm going to go to my Womp 3D project, because there's no way we're going to get the arms to pop off if the arms can't pop off. They need to be able to pop off. Now, I did make this in Womp. I plan on learning Blender and continue to learn Blender during the paid patron and YouTube member streams on Mondays. Mondays I do art streams where I'm learning Blender. And I do plan to continue to learn it. With that said, I also like just sketching things quickly in Womp 3D. It's a web app. It's free. It has SDF-like blending, which means things will goop together and you can mold, things kind of nicely, kind of easily. So, so I am going to use this for that. Let's see if I remember how to use it. So the thing is the reason why the legs exported separately, but the rest of it didn't, is the way that I structured the hierarchy here. Does Womp have a dark mode? Speaking of, vision, yes. Oh, love it. All right. I guess it could be nice to make the whole thing dark. Environment lights. Blue Lagoon night. Heck yeah. It's not that dark, but but okay, it's darker. It's grayer. So the reason why it imported that way, so this alien is just a group here. That's just a group. These legs are just a group, so those 4 squares. And you can see there's these like blob shapes. They're like 2 rectangles kind of like joined together, 2 squares sort of, making like this thing. And those are the unions, or the things that come together to blend. So that's why the arms are sort of gooped onto the body, and the legs aren't. You see the legs kind of have like a sharp edge, but the arms are glooped. So that's because the arms are in the union with the head and body, whereas the legs aren't. And that's why they export it as separate pieces. So I'm going to just make the arms separate so we can break them off, and they won't goop as nicely, but like that's okay. That's alright. I'm alright with that. And yeah, I'm gonna keep prototyping this game. I appreciate you coming through and hanging out with me, y'all. I'm determined to learn Godot and get all this stuff put together. So let's get, and we can even see the arms. So the arms are like, let me collapse. There's a lot of stuff uncollapsed here. We need to just collapse it. Okay. It's a little tricky, actually, because the arm is separate from the hands, but we do want the hands to gloop onto the arms. So I kind of need the hands to be, like, grouped in. Can I, like, make them a child of the... That didn't do anything, did it? Okay, so let me try, because the arm is this curve, right? Which lets me take these, like, separate pieces, and they act as one. So if I drag this out, we now have the... Broken. Now the arm is invisible. Oh dear. Yeah, you know, I might have to do this in Blender. This might actually be a job for Blender. Because as soon as I took that out of there, it just vanished. It seems like it glooping. All right, we got to learn it in Blender. It's not going to be... Anyway, Womp is great. Check out Womp. Womp 3D. It is really powerful. But yeah, that's... We're not going to remake the entire arms today. So yeah, so let me go into Blender and let's see if I can figure this out. So I'm going to open... Let's see. I don't even know... We don't want to save this. I guess what I really want to do is make a new project. Oh, you know what else we should do? Oh my god, there's so many things to do, guys. Okay, here's the other thing. So, okay, if I'm going to work in Blender, I want my Blender to be connected to Godot. Did you know you could do this? Hey, what's up, Cloven Break? Welcome. Thanks for stopping in, being a part of the live stream. I'm doing pretty well. I'm about to dive into some Godot Blender connectivity. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for stopping in. I don't know how well this is gonna go. All right, here's a little short. This is from Blargus, a YouTuber. It's a very short video.
You can add your Blender files directly to your scene, like this. No need to export your model to FBX or
This is
some
what
other
I need to do.
model export format. And what's great about this is, when we edit our model in Blender, the changes automatically transfer to Godot. To set this up, first go to Project Settings, File System, Import, and make sure Blender is enabled. Make sure that you have advanced settings enabled, otherwise you won't see this setting. Then go to Editor Settings.
So what's cool about
Blender
this
3-pack
is I can make a change in Blender, and then it's just gonna update it in Godot. I can even add collision in Blender, and then it will show up in Godot as a collision shape 3D node, which is amazing. So that's obviously I have to set that up. So I'm gonna hop into Godot. Let's close our little preview of the game. I really hope we can get those limbs breaking off today. I'm gonna hit up Project Settings, Advanced Settings, and of course, you know, I'm kind of new to Godot. I'm learning Godot. All right, and I got the ADHDs, so you know, me being here hanging out with y'all is the way that I concentrate. So you know, I'm down. If you want a backseat, believe me, you're not gonna upset me. So don't worry about that. You know, I'm following tutorials out here. I'm doing my best. So if I turn on the advanced settings, but I'm here. I'm committed. I'm gonna search. Where was it? We have to turn on advanced settings, and then not there, but eventually. 84K? 84K, what's up, Milo? We got Milo in this house. AD4K. Add a DAC, add fork. After death, 4,000 pixel resolution. Absolute destructive for kelvins. And does for capitulate with a K. ADHD plus. Whoa, AD. Yes, my ADHD is so it's the highest resolution of ADHD. Absolutely. uh, I miss you. I always appreciate your humor, Milo. We got Psychonic Joe in this house. And you know what? I hope everyone's doing good. How is everyone? How guys, come on. Psychonic Joe cares. You can have a friend in Psychonic Joe. I will, since I believe I am included in everyone, I'm gonna go ahead and say I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. How are y'all? How are y'all doing? Milo. So yeah, so I stream it right now. I stream on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and I work on this prototype, this Godot game that I'm trying to make. This was my first big game, really at all, that I'm trying to work on, and it's a survival runner, is what I'm gonna call it for right now, and there we go, and it's not much. It's not much, but it's getting there, and. Yeah, and then on Fridays I do the game jam, of course. I'm gonna start doing Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays working on this game. But I'm here. I'm doing my best. And by the way, if you're not subscribed yet, hit that subscribe button, because if you hit that subscribe button, you'll be a little bit more informed about when I go live, when I put out videos and stuff like that. So I hope you'll consider doing that if you haven't already. It helps this channel tremendously. Okay. Jeez, you don't have to yell, please. All right, Elise is indeed A1, can confirm. It's true. It's true. The truth is out here.
To set this up, first go
I
to
am
project
A1, an 84K1.
settings, file system, import.
File system, okay, that is where we go. Okay, gotcha. So we're gonna head over to file system, import. I love being distracted. Honestly, like, the more you can distract me, the happier I am. Really, Psychonic? Really? Are you sure? That's nice of you to say. I tried on Monday in the YouTube member Patreon stream. I tried to make a tree in Godot, or in Blender. And actually, you know, it went pretty well. I learned a lot, and I think it turned out okay in Blender. And when I imported it, oh, here it is, file system import. When I imported it into Godot, it didn't look like it did in Blender.
Import and make sure Blender is enabled.
Blender is enabled. Oh, it is enabled.
Make sure that you have advanced settings enabled. Otherwise,
but
you won't see
I'm really happy to hear that it doesn't look too bad.
Editor settings.
Because I guess I was so upset by it because it didn't look like I thought it would look, and so I just kind of thought, oh, it looks terrible. Oh, it looks like crap. But maybe it's
Blender
not
3
as bad as I
path
thought.
and add your Blender 3 path.
Okay, so we come back to another file system thing, and we go to import Blender 3 path. All right, let's find it. Let's find it. Blender 3 path. Where does it live? So that's gonna be in ye ol' program files or something. So let's find that. Windows. Program. Is that still where things are these days? Is it good old program files, or do we not? I don't know. All right, let me just look at where this is. I don't know where it is. I guess it's not in Windows. I guess that's old times. I'm showing my age. I guess they don't put program files in Windows anymore. Those were the old times. Wow. It used to. I swear it used to. Let's see. Blender Foundation. Whoa, it's a foundation. Blender.exe? It's Blender Launcher. What's a Blender Launcher? I'm just gonna see where this file path is, just so I make sure I get the right one. And so what's gonna be cool is I can make a change in Blender and it's gonna show up in Godot. To me, that's freaking amazing. I think that's the coolest thing ever. Blender.exe. All right, let's go. Wait, why is it not let me select? Okay, it did. All right. Good. All right, now what?
path here. Mine looks like
Is that
this. Now you should be able to add Blender files to your project, like this one here, and
All right, let's go. So now in Blender, I'm going to create a new file, start anew. We're going to call it general, I guess. No, you don't have to say the changes. That's all right. And I'm going to delete all this stuff. Although this will also import into Godot. The camera and the light will also import into Godot. And apparently you can like label them so they don't import. It's like kind of amazing. If you guys want to learn more about it, I'll link this video in the, well, it's not in the description yet, but is it? I don't think it is. I don't think it is in the video description, but I'll link it in there so you guys can have it because it's awesome. Blender stream, not a Blender stream per se. It's a Godot stream where I will happen to be using Blender at times. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. Mostly I'm gonna be doing Blender on Mondays for the YouTube member and Patreon live stream, which happens on Mondays at 2 p.m. Eastern, and because I just feel a little safer. Maybe I'm too much a snowflake. I just feel safer working in a little more of a quiet environment with the members and patrons. But we're gonna do some little stuff here. We're gonna do a little stuff. So I'm gonna put this in the description of the video. This is Blender plus Godot tutorials. Okay, so I'm gonna paste this one in here, and then let's get this other one as well, so you guys have it. So you can do this too. Blender is easy. Blender is easy. I mean, look, I will say, like, as I'm learning how to use it more and more, I am finding it easier. Like, it's getting easier. All right, I put that in the description. I'll put it in the chat as well. If you guys want that, I'll put that in the chat. There you go. There you go. That's for you. That's for you. Okay. So that's it. I think we did it. I think we did it. So then I'm going to import. I don't want the light or the camera in here. I'm going to import my export of the WOMP 3D file, which is in my downloads. I think it has a terrible name, like untitled something, 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 which is always nice. Probably this one. And it should be... Okay, it's a little big. It's kind of large. But that, right, so we had to scale it down. So I think I scaled it down to about 2 meters last time. Blender, yeah, Blender is good. Blender is very good. I think I scaled it down to 2 meters last time. So if I'm going to do that, I'm going to hit... I'm learning the shortcuts. I'm getting there. I'm getting better at it. So I'm going to hit A, so we select everything. I'm going to hit, is it S? Shrink that down. And I think what we did was you made it like 2 meters, because it just, for some reason, WOMP just gave me a giant version of it. Okay, so it seems to want to invert itself. There we go. Okay, that's a little too small. 2 meters, I'm going for 2 meters tall here, is what I'm looking for. There it is, beautiful. Perfect. 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 And let's get it a little more centered. For that, we want G, right? Okay. I'm getting there. I'm getting better at it. I'm getting better at it. I'm learning. We're getting there. And then A, and I just kind of want to move it over a little bit, so it's just kind of in the center. All right, and now what I want to do, don't forget to apply transform with Control A. Oh, nice. That like bakes it in or whatever. Okay, first of all, I didn't have... Wait. Oh, no, it's fine. Wait, do I really have to do that? Did I do it? Control A. If I press... Oh, apply. Oh, so it pops up this little... So if Scale. Did I do it? I think I did it. Thank you. I did forget. I absolutely forgot. I completely forgot. Right, and so that like bakes it, right? So it's like a permanent change. And I guess I'll do that with all of these. You have to have it selected. Control A. It keeps giving me this. Maybe it's because I'm like emulating controls somewhere. All right, let me rotate around. So what I want to do is I want to cut off these arms a little bit is what I want to do. So because today I would like to get them knocked off. It makes it so the current size is 1 by 1 by 1 by 1. Do I understand what you mean? Wait, so even though my size isn't 1 by 1 by 1 by 1 by 1 right now? Because right now my size is this. I just figured 2 meters tall was good. Oh, I see what you're saying. So I think I see what you're saying. I see. Do I? Wait, so the scale over here is saying 0.033. So I don't think I did it. You're saying this would be 1 by 1 by 1 by 1. Oh. So I think maybe I didn't. All transformations. Hey! Wow. Cool. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh. What's up, Marie? Thanks for coming through. Appreciate you. About the scaling inverting issue, when you keep your cursor farther away before pressing it, you will have much more control in scaling. When you keep your cursor farther away before, really? Oh my gosh. We got some geniuses in here. Thank you. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. So so my cursor is way over here. If I press A and then press S, oh, wow. And look, you can see the like black line here, right? That's like connecting my cursor to it. It's longer. And when I was earlier, it was really close. So it was wow. Okay, so I got ADHD, right? That's why this is hyper game dev, because I got some AD hyper D. Okay, so like I love streaming, and because it's the only way I sit down and do game dev. It helps me concentrate. But then there's this amazing other side of it where wonderful, amazing people like Psychonic Joe and Marie come through and just have these amazing tips, that make me and make all of us better. Thank you for that. Thank you. What the heck? So lucky. Same here, ADHD. Ah, let's go. Hey man, it's hard. It's hard, but it makes us beautiful. And you know, I'm finding the tricks that make it easier for me to live the way that I am is at least for me the key. For me, that's the key. That is a nice tip. That's a great tip. So like I'm super close now. I press S, and so now it's just a much shorter distance. That's actually really cool because it gives you a lot more control over how you want to resize something. That's amazing. All right. So what I want to do is cut the arms off so that they're kind of like the legs here, where they can be broken off. This isn't like, this is a prototype, so it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to end up pretty. That's for sure. but, uh, it'll at least make sense with the prototype. So that's not something I've done. I feel like if I go to sculpting mode, and I will look up a tutorial if I have to. Dang it. I know in sculpting mode, or was it modeling? Modeling. There's the knife tool. It really confuses me that they make these tools have like, there it is, have like the shapes on it. Like I'm looking for a knife. Like I'm looking for a knife, and it's given me a box that has a cut on it. So I know I can use this to cut things, but wow, dang, that's a lot of vertices. Oh my gosh. Oh man, that's a lot of vertices right there. But I don't necessarily know how to then do something with it after cutting it, but maybe we'll figure it out. So I'm just gonna trace around here. Oh, Okay, that was bad. It's kind of nice because it lets you undo it pretty well. But it's kind of, it's such a trip using Blender. Like, am I in the right place in 3D space? Am I? Because it kind of looks like I am. All right, is that connected? Hopefully it doesn't have to be too perfect in its connection. No! I just undid it. All right, I pressed escape. That was a foolish mistake. Marie says it helps making a game project, including learning a game engine on 1 week. Normal people can't do that. Making a game project, including learning a game engine, all in 1 week. You know what? You're right. You're right. You're right. There is like this superpower aspect to it where we can like do a lot, right? And almost be brave enough to pursue a lot. I think maybe you kind of mean that. I love hearing about other people's experiences, especially when they have these like this like adaptation neurodivergent way of thinking about it, and not like we should be more like neurotypicals. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. It's a lot of vertices, right? Isn't that a lot of vertices? A little bit lot. So that's because I made this in Womp 3D, which has like a very moldy kind of way of designing things. So it has like a bunch of points. It's ridiculous. Use a modifier. What's that? The decimate one, and do the unsubdivide. Oh. Cursive SDF modeling software. By the way, Womp is a good tool for easy modeling. I agree. I agree. I agree. I feel like I should make more things in Womp just to like get this prototype down and then use Blender for stuff. So you said there's something called decimate. There's a feature called separate by selection, which splits off the currently selected vertices into a different object. Wow. So I really just have to like figure out. Okay, so you're saying I could come into like just the regular layout mode, go to edit mode, and then switch to the vertices. Maybe use this select. See, I've learned a few things. So true, Marie. We really can just like cram out some stuff and do a lot. I was doing 3 game engines a week at least, sometimes 4, uh, on stream, and you know what? It was amazing. It was amazing. I guess that, to make more sense would probably be to just rectangle select it. Now that I think about it, maybe. So like select these, hold shift, select these, hold shift, select these, and then on the right side you'll see the add modifier. Oh, is that this? Add cube? That can't be it. Oh, you mean add a mod? Oh, you said on the right side. I'm like, let's look on the left side. Maybe I'll switch to this brush here and then select these more carefully. Oh, and then there's the X-ray I learned about too. And that should let me select it. It's the wrench symbol. Okay. Oh, down here? Oh. And you're saying this is another way I can do it? Psychonic Joe's way, or Pixel Tuner's way, or the way I thought could work. There's so many different ways. I don't know what to choose. So I think this X-ray mode will let me select through it. Which, since it was not on for this other stuff, I gotta redo it. Pixel's way? Oh, okay. All right, let me see what Pixel's way is then. So Pixel's way is for reducing the vertices. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, got you. Noted. Thank you, Pixel. I gotcha. Okay, so we should do this then. Separate by selection, which splits off the currently selected vertices into a different object. Okay. That's like exactly what I want. That's exactly what I want. All right, I'm going to select all of these pieces. Gosh, what if I miss like 1 vertices? There's so many, like the chance is not low. There is not a low chance that I miss a few vertices in here. Give me that. It's gonna look weird because it's gonna just like awkwardly chop off a whole, oops. It's gonna awkwardly chop off a whole part of the arm. I don't really care. All right, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. So many vertices. I might want to reduce them. We'll see. So then we're gonna, so where is that? There's a feature called separate by selection. I'm gonna look it up. I'm looking it up. I don't want to lose my selection. Blender separate by selection. Let's see what we got. See where it is. I'm gonna hit up images. Oh. 3 easy steps. I like that. I like that. The motion tree. If you want to become a Blender 3D artist and use Blender frequently, you'll eventually separate join objects. Here's how to do it. In light mode. Okay. Separate object is a material. Okay. Mesh. Oh, okay. So mesh separate. Mesh transform mirror merge split separate. There it is. Got it. Let's go. Let's go. Bam. Done. Thank you, Psychonic Joe. Look at that. Beautiful. Success! Let's go. Oh, there was a hotkey in there. There was a hotkey in there. You could also select a loop around the arm, close to the shoulder. Right-click, mark as seam. Then you can just select the entire arm by hitting L. Oh! Let's try that with the other arm. Control P. It's easier. It's easier. I know, I saw it was like one letter. I was like, oh, okay. Let's go. All right, let's try what Marie's saying. Then we can evaluate. Did I miss a vertices in here? Maybe not. I don't know. It's like what's going on? What's going on in there? What's that about? Let me get into object mode. No, there's nothing left behind. All right. Okay, edit mode. And then I'm so glad I do the member streams. It just gave me a great place to go and be crappy at Blender and come back to you guys now and be like, hey, I kind of know Blender. All right. So you're saying do a loop around the arm close to the shoulder. So let's get in there. Now we need to make sure we are in edit mode, but we want to select this. There we go. Whoa, it's weird that it's still showing all of this as part of it. Okay, guess that's fine. If you do the seam and select linked thing, you will not miss any vertices. Right. That makes sense. Okay, so I'm gonna control R. Now I don't, oh, wait, how do I choose something I don't know? Do I use the 3D tool for that? Is that shift right mouse button? How do I choose where the loop goes? Let's see, shift right mouse button. Does that choose where the loop comes from? And then we do control R. Whoa, oh my God, it's so tiny. It's so tiny. Holy crap. It's so tiny. Try selecting the loop with Alt and select. So when you say loop, let me make sure I'm understanding the loop correctly, because it's possible I don't actually know what that is. So what I think a loop is, all I know is like a loop cut. Alt and select. Oh, I also am emulating. Let me turn that off, because I don't have a middle mouse. So I'm like emulating 3 button, which means my alt keys are all messed up. Okay, that's just select. So that's not actually doing anything. Okay, let me put my 3 button mouse back on. So if I do Control R, The cuts are so tight. Oh, there's some cuts. There's some cuts. They're kind of coming in there. They're sort of coming through. You really should have reduced the vertices first. It's just as simple as clicking on add modifier. I should? All right, I'll do it. I'll do it. And choose the decimate one and unsubdivide, especially for your case. Okay. Also, you have to be in object mode to assign it. Not loop cut. There's a loop? I don't know. If there's already a loop, you do not need to loop cut. I don't know that there is a loop. I don't know that there is a loop. All right, let's try this. I'll do the decimate thing. So I have to make sure I select everything, right? So if I hit A, add modifier, decimate is the one we're looking for. Displays is decimate, right? Clicking on add modifier, choose the decimate one. There it is. Got it. And unsubdivide. Okay. And I guess I just set this to something. To something. I could say... This number is getting... Because right now, it's very high. It's at 42,000. Let me get out of the way. Sorry about that. It's at 42,000. Which seems like a lot. Now you can put the number how much you want. How much do I want? If there's... do it in 2 steps. 2 iterations. And then... Did I do it? Is it done? Have I done it? Have I done it? I don't think I've done it. Oh... Does this work? Does this work? I think I'm just gonna do it the way we did the other arm. At this point. At this point, I just gotta get it done. Then assign. Oh. Assign. Assign. On the arrow thingy. We have apply, but it's grayed out. The modifier operation is not allowed from edit mode. Oh, okay. All right. There we go. Okay, I did it on this model. Let's see what it looks like. Is that better? I mean, that may well be better. Maybe I just couldn't tell because there's already so many. What if I just, as much as I want to learn the other ways of doing it, what if I just do it the way that already worked? And we just keep in mind that there's other ways to do things. Try Alt left click on some vertex. You'll see what I mean if it works. Okay. It might not be working because of my 3-button mouse. Get rid of that. Alt left click on some vertex. Do I see what you mean? Do I see what you mean? I think I'm just going to leave it. I think I'm just going to leave it. Not because it isn't interesting, but because I have so much I need to do. Let's select these. I'm gonna, oh, I need my 3-button mouse. Cause I just don't, I use this little keyboard with a little touchpad. It don't have a 3-button mouse. I know why it doesn't work, because you have to untriangulate first. Oh, untriangulate. All right, I'm interested. And we can circle back to it. It does not recognize it as a loop. Oh, okay. All right. Marie, this is still interesting because the seam, creating a seam sounds like that would be extremely useful in certain circumstances. And now you have given us that as a reference point for something to try. Also, Pixel Tuner, you too have given us something that we can come back and check out. All right, cool. So there's that. And then Control P, make vertex parent. Okay, hold on. What if I just press P? Okay, that didn't. Okay, what was the shortcut? P? You know what? We'll just click the buttons. If the buttons work, then that's fine. mark everything first. I don't know what that means. We got my arms separated, so that's kind of what matters. Then control it. Then control T. Mark everything first. All right, let's try it with the body, because it'll be interesting to see if we can get that to work. So this is the body. Control T. Do I need to be over here? Let's select all, Control T. Click A to select with A. I don't know why my, like, little... Let me make sure screencast is on. Because I'm pressing these things, so you can see in the left there. Control T. Triangulate. Oh, it did do it. Triangulate faces. Oh, cool. It did do it. Nice. And so you're saying now if I add the modifier decimate, unsubdivide, iterations 2, and then get out of edit mode and apply it, it will be reduced. Let's see. Let's see. If it is reduced, there's still so many. There's still so many. I'll try it again. And then Control T. That's Control R. I don't even know what Control R did, but I did it. Edit mode, triangulate. Maybe I gotta like pick a method. Probably not. Maybe we have to apply it. That's strange. What version you use? One of them. The newest one. 3.6.4? 3.6.4? Alright, I'll give it one more shot. And then I'm going to get back to doing stuff. We got to get out of edit mode. I mean, it is like, you know, there is this like face count thing. Like, clearly something is happening. Like, stuff is happening. Alright, so I'm going to name this. I'm going to call this alien underscore body. So one thing that we're going to try here is we're going to try having this connected with Godot, which I'm really excited about. You could try if collapse or planar works as well. Do those do the same thing? We got the alien body, select all, get out of here, add a modifier, try setting the number to a big number. Okay, decimate, unsubdivide. Oh, collapse or planar, right. 1,000. I'm going to make it 1,000 or 10,000. Error evaluating number. Oh, I didn't like that. Wow, I've never seen an error in Blender. That's my first error. Thank you for giving me this moment. All right, I tried 100. I just can't tell if something is changing or not. It's very hard to tell. You said collapse. We could try that. That's already got like triangulate in there. I had a slash at the end. Oh, that's why it didn't work. 10,000. Enter. Apply. Okay, there we go. I applied it for real this time. I don't see a difference. I can't tell. I can't tell. I'm so on the edge of my seat because I got to like go out of edit mode, the ratio and collapse. I got to go out of edit mode to do it. And so it's like, whoa, what's it going to be when I get there? Decimate, collapse, ratio. A big one or a little one? 50. Oh. I guess we want it low. 0.1. 0.1. Apply. Applied. Oh, that did something. Ooh. Yeah. Nice. So it's it's got some low poly vibes, right? But that significantly reduced it. So that worked. Learning things. Learning things. Cool. And then it looks kind of like a golf ball now. It's got some golf ball vibes, which again, you know, that's kind of where the SDF blending thing went from like 20,000 to 1,000. Right, but that's got to be like a concern, right? Like from a performance standpoint. It's also great if you have 3D scanned objects. Right. So maybe I could probably take the ratio down a little bit. So if I undo this, will that undo nicely? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Golf ball vibes. like I don't know. I don't know about the golf ball vibes. I'm gonna kind of keep it rounded for now, but maybe we could do like 0.5 or something. I didn't even notice that visually. But if that reduces it, hey. That's got to be better, right? All right, so now that that's done, we've got these. I'm going to label these. I'm going to call this, I guess I could do it for the other body parts too. This one is left, so this is alien underscore arm left. This one, alien arm right. Here we've got alien leg right. And alien leg left. All right, now that's all nice and labeled. Now, if I go to save this, it's probably going to ask me to put it somewhere. I'm going to put it in my survival game folder, my project folder, right here. So I'm going to say in player, we're going to call this alien, I don't know, what's today? To 2.0. We're just going to say alien 2. 3. I'm going to call it 3. I don't know, just in case. There's a Blender tool you can pay for that turns any mesh into perfect remeshes. $200! I mean, look, that could be worth it if you need something like that. It is a lot. I mean, look, that's a lot. Like, I'm not gonna. But like, if you really need it, alien golf ball. I mean, I guess there's something intriguing about this concept, a golf ball alien. An alien that... Does the alien become a golf ball, or does the golf ball become an alien? Okay. So I've now saved this in my Godot project as a blend file. I will say it isn't appearing, which I'm a little concerned by, because I was told that if I saved this in there, Godot would import it. Right, we did have an Alien 2 already. So let me just confirm that any of this makes sense. I'm going to open up this player Alien 3.blend. It's in there. It should be in there. Unable to write to file. File in use. Oh, we gotta close it first. You know what? That kind of makes some sense. I can kind of see how that would make sense. All right, let's close Blender. Still, I would still think that it would import it in. File in use or lacking permission? Let me try restarting Godot. I'm gonna give Godot a restart. It's great if you do a lot of organic modeling. It's a massive time saver, totally. Restart Godot. Okay, that's what I was thinking too. Oh my gosh, I'm so affirmed that this is gonna work. If you suggested it, and I was already doing it, it has to be correct. It has to be, right? But like the video, so there was another video I saw, and the person was using Blender and had it open at the same time. Oh, it's importing it. Let's go. All right, cool. Yeah. Now it's a big file, so it might take a second. Big brain is that's my big brain. It's taking a while, but I think these, oh man, right, because it's probably going to be, how big is it? It's probably going to be even bigger because of all those vertices. I didn't change the other ones. Oh, it's actually, it could be a little bigger. It's not the biggest thing I've ever seen. All right. There it is. There's the Blender file. Let's go. So why are we using Godot again? Because Godot is awesome. I love Godot. I love the Godot community. It's honestly, I find it very intuitive. I really like GDScript, and I've just had a lot of success with it. Unreal Engine is kind of one of my favorites because there's so much you can do playing around in it, and it's so powerful. But I feel like it's overkill for small indie projects, in my opinion. For me, it feels like overkill. And I like how lightweight Godot is. I like again the community, and I like that it's open source. I like that it's open source. So and it seems to be really like catching up and be able to do all the things the other engines can do, okay, for the most part. So I'm really happy with it. What's up, Slifer? Welcome. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for saying hello. Hope you're doing great. One thing I had to relearn from Dreams was to place my character into a T pose and merge the parts into one mesh. And then you can use Mixamo to add a walk or other animation for free. Whoa. Okay, so that's helpful. That's helpful. Oh, that's a really helpful tip. Welcome, Thion Gamer, and thank you for that very good tip. Oh. Maybe I'll do that, because, I was just kind of slapping this together as a prototype, right? And, I wasn't going to worry about the shapes or anything for now. But that is incredibly intriguing. I'm going to remember that. I might want to rethink how I do this. Thanks for that tip, Thion. It's open source. Oh, it's super open source. It's super open source. And there's always cool things people are adding in here. This is, okay, so by the way, Blender, which is also open source, right? So Blender, I just tried this for the first time. I just connected Blender to Godot, right? And so I've got a Blender file right here. I should be able to take this, look, there it is. Literally. That's what we just made in Blender. And now it's a blend file. I didn't export it to GLTF or anything like that. This is a blend file. And I can come into Blender over here. I gotta open it. And as I understand, I should be able to make a change, and it'll happen in Godot. And I can add nodes, like collision nodes and stuff, in Blender, and it'll appear in Godot. So, there's just, I love that. I love that these open source softwares can work together like that. So, I'm seeing right now, right, it's a little large. It's kind of big compared to the other one. So I'm going to make it like half its size, right? And so we should see it shrink down and good stuff like that. Marie says Godot is best. I gotta say, I tried Unreal, I've tried Unity, and there's playlists on the Hyper Game Dev channel where you can find me checking those out. GDevelop. I haven't tried GameMaker. I really wanted to try GameMaker, but I didn't get around to it. Before, I just found Godot to be best community, honestly, great features, and I feel like I can do great things in Godot. You know what I mean? I stick to Unreal, but that's great. Yeah, Unreal is awesome. I really like Unreal. It's got like zombie and alien walks. Yeah, dude, I really need to get more into like the Mixamo stuff, because I did that a little in Unreal, but I should try that in Godot as well. That's a really hot tip, Diane. I'm gonna remember that. T-pose. Marie says, had to use Godot in the morning and Unity in the afternoon today. Never hated Unity more than today. The thing about Unity is it's quite bloated. It's quite bloated. And there's a lot of like things that don't, like Godot has so many things that go together, right? We have these nodes, there's, the file system, there's the signals, the instant scenes, there's different components, but it all kind of fits together. And Unity has like, here's this thing over here, and then there's this thing, it's got a totally different interface, and then there's this that was added in 3 years ago. It's completely different. It functions, the animation tool, everything is so different, and it just doesn't feel like a unit for being called Unity. This is just my opinion, obviously. It doesn't feel very unified. Bones work better on a single mesh as it bends the mesh. Gotcha. You should try to use the sculpting tools. They're really cool. I started using Draw, Crease, Smooth, and Grab. Those are the Dreams-like tools. Nice. Yeah, so every Monday, I'm doing a Patreon and a YouTube member-only stream. You can join on the YouTube channel or Patreon, and you'll get access to this live stream on Mondays. I'm learning Blender. I'll do a little stuff here, but for the most part, the art stuff I'm doing on Mondays. And you know what I did? I made a tree. I didn't use a lot of those tools. So, I did make a tree. And it didn't, so here's, I'm gonna hit play. It's probably gonna look really weird because of this character being in here. It didn't turn out great. I didn't use a lot of those tools for it. You can kind of see my tree in the background there behind your comment. But, yeah, I'm gonna remember that. Good luck with learning all the tools. Thanks. There is a lot. There is a lot. There is there is a lot of tools to learn. But I think I used like the knife tool, I used grab, I used extrude, I used a lot of extruding. I used like the particle system. I did some texture planes, some tech images as planes for the leaves, which didn't turn out great. I have a lot of work to do on it. But yeah, thank you for the look. I appreciate it. This is helpful. I need to like screenshot this though. I'm just gonna like keep this down as a note somewhere. This is not a good place for it. Thion says, draw, crease, smooth, grab, dreams like. And then T-pose, mix-a-mo. Just gonna write those down. You should be called separately, right? Papa Froggy accompanying his son on their journey to destroy Earth. You know, maybe that could be something. But let's shrink Papa down. Let's get Papa a little smaller for now. Oh, interesting that it doesn't select everything. Oh, we're in edit mode. Okay, there we go. So hit A. And then I'm going to shrink it down a little more. We're going to use Marie's amazing tip. If I keep my mouse far away and I press S, we'll select all, far away, S. Then we can scale it more carefully. Let's go with a 1. So I'm going to pull up the sizes, select all, S, and then I'm going to try to get this down. I don't know, maybe we need to go smaller than 1. Wait, it wasn't already? Oh, it's already at 0.8. Oh my gosh, so we got to go even smaller than that. Okay. All right, then, so 0.4 it is. Let's do a solid 0.45. How about that? It's pretty precise, too. Let's see if I can get right on point. Yeah, right there, 0.45. I'm impressed by how precise that is. Okay, and now this is going to be cool, right? Right? So it's big in Godot right now. Height is Z in Blender. Nuh-uh. I forgot. Okay, I forgot. I see now that the Z is right there. All right. Okay. All right. You know what? Now I know. Okay, so then we're actually right at 1 almost. Well, then let's get that perfection. Let's get right on 1. What was it before? It was 2. Why did I forget that? I don't know. All right, so let's select out here, press S, bring that right down to 1. Oh yeah, beautiful. So precise. Okay, so what should happen if I just hit save? I'm not gonna export, so it's big in Godot right now. I'm just gonna hit save. I'm so excited to see if this works. Save. Come over to Godot. Let me see it shrink. Let me see it shrink. Oh, it's gonna make me wait. It's slow. It's a little slow. Marie says, Godot should not be called Godot. It is by far the engine where you have to wait the least. Oh! I love that! Godot plus Blender. They're friends! A fascinating error log there, but or certainly a very active one. But look at that. Easy peasy. No exporting or importing or any of that. No dragging and dropping. It's just there. I appreciate that, Marie. I want to show you how much I appreciate that. Because you might not know to what Marie refers. What's she doing on the floor, you might ask. Hold on. In another life, in another life, I was interested in playwriting. I was interested in playwriting. Waiting for Godot. This is what Godot is named after, and this is to what Marie refers. Is this play by Samuel Beckett? It's a play. It's a book, except it has lines of dialogue in it. Ooh, I underlined this one. You probably can't tell. But I underlined this. What does it say? Let us not then speak ill of our generation. Deep. It is not any unhappier than its predecessor. Let us not speak well of it either. Let's go. I love this play. This is an amazing play. And so, yeah, it does have very short wait times. That's true. What's up, Light, aka Springlock? Hope you're doing well. You've got 231 followers in Dreams. Nice. The vertex count is really affecting those import times. Oh, okay. Maybe I should make sure I reduce that. Let's do it. Let's do it. So I think I've done that with this head part, right? I'm pretty sure. It didn't look that different after I did it, but that's okay. So I'm gonna try it with the arm. I'm gonna try to get close so I can, yeah, you can see it's a little golf ball-y on the head. Let's do that over here as well. So I'm going to say, if we can remember what Pixel Tuner has taught us. I don't know, maybe we don't have to triangulate it this time. Let's try not triangulating it. I'm just gonna hit decimate, collapse, 0.5, maybe? It's golf poly, I know, it's kind of sad. It's slow poly. Oh, that applied immediately. Nice. That was fast. That was fast. So there you can see it's 24,000. And if I do that, it goes down to 12,000. That's a big drop. And we still get to keep some of that smoothness. It gets a little golf ball-y, but it's a much more complex golf ball. Decimate, 0.5, it's sitting at 21,000. Apply it, 10,000. That's better. Thought T says, unfortunately, without a PlayStation, I didn't try Dreams, but I think that is a really cool software. It is a cool software. It is such a cool software. Yeah, so that was kind of like what started me out streaming, and you know, I was doing some game dev before then. What happened here? Is this bad? Look at that. But Dreams really just took it to another level, like being able to like make games so quickly and have all the tools that I would need to do that. Is that showing up in Godot, that like weird let me see. Oh yeah, it is. Whoops. Well, I mean, I kind of don't care. It's pretty subtle. You know, it's pretty subtle, but that's maybe a concern. It's just a prototype, right? Things can look ugly, but you should still apply the modifier. It's currently only a preview and it can cause weirdness when importing Godot. Yeah, right. Yeah, oh, I'm definitely gonna apply it. So this one right now, Dreams is a nightmare. It's very hard. I mean, I think relative. It's tricky because on one hand, it's really easy to make games in Dreams. On the other hand, some things are actually kind of harder because modern game engines that aren't Dreams have. So wow, this has got 64,000 faces right now. Engines that aren't Dreams have like, you know, functions, more functions. They have more built-in tools that do things for you. Dreams kind of expects you to just like build your complex systems from scratch from their logic system. And I found that there were so many things. It halves it. Yeah, so it just halves it. I found that it was just so much easier to do certain things in other professional game engines. So, you know, I think that there is a degree of overrated when it comes to Dreams being easy, but being able to do music, visuals, game design, even like distribution kind of all within one platform is absurdly powerful, for sure. The reason that weirdness is because the decimate ruined the geometry after cutting the hands. If you do decimate before the cut, that will be good. Oh. Well, since we're probably going to redo it anyway, since Thion was talking about... Does make sense. Since Thion was talking about doing T-pose, so it's better for animations, I feel like there's going to be a time in the next few weeks that I remake this anyway, so it is in a T-pose. So I feel like that's a good tip to remember for next time. Or I could re-import it and do it again. I could. Can I just like blend it in there? Don't do that, please. All right, let's just save it. So hit save. Godot. Let's see if it goes like a little faster. Waiting for Marie, that is so funny. I feel like I should like have this whenever Godot is loading. We'll just be like, we're waiting for Godot. That was faster. That was actually faster. That wasn't bad. Cool. Good. Now also, what is all this? I don't know what all this error chaos is. No loader found for resource. Oh, so that's like for the textures. Oh, I see. So it's looking for these texture files, but they're not in there. Yeah, Joe, I think that's it. Now, the thing is there actually are here. I do have those textures in this folder, actually. But they're kind of like spelled differently. Like in here, it's got like all this like code. Let me see if we can zoom in a little bit on that. Let's see if we can just get a little zoom on that. So it's adding like all these letters in here. F8, D8, 4, but that's not in here. I mean, a part of me is kind of curious to know, like, if I add, like, maybe this is just, I don't even understand, because can you show material preview or render preview in Blender? Let's see. What's it look like? It's green. It's green. It's very green. Is this, what is this? Is this a material? I think this is a material. Yeah, so the material is in here in Blender. It is right there. And actually, I would think then in the instance scene here. That's okay. Let me just see. Yeah, so this isn't actually having that. Oh, I'm confused. You can fix it by rejoining the meshes and use merge vertices in edit mode. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's cool. So if I wanted to, I see. That's a good tip. So if I wanted to fix those cracks in here, we could undo them being attached, and then we can patch them together. Actually, since you say that, that kind of makes me think we could fix it anyway, you know, by just like extruding some faces around, some edges around. Click file at the top left, external data, automatically pack resources, check it. Ooh, gosh, you guys got skills. I thought I was hanging out with a bunch of great Godot community, but apparently I'm hanging out with a bunch of Blender community as well. File external data. Automatically pack resources. Check that. Done. Checked. All right, let's save it. Let's see if it changes. Dang, you got some skills. You got some knowledge. The following files are newer on the disk. Yeah, okay. All right, we got, yeah, okay. All right, just, you know what? You got it, Godot. I think you got it. It's not certain there will be a match for every vertices. Oh. They're newer than us. What file should be taken? Reload. Reload it, man. It almost seemed like it worked. Node not found. It's interesting. I mean, I really don't want to try typing all that stuff in because it seems like a lot to type. But I'm curious. You know, in some ways it doesn't matter for a prototype, but in other ways it would be nice to, you know, have things work and know how they work. So this is a little much, but I'm gonna try to type all this in here. So it's saying, if that seems like that wouldn't work, right? Otherwise, why would it do all that? Can you try by dragging the .blend file into the scene again? All right, I'll try that. I'll try that. I'll try that before typing gobbledygook. I don't like that word. That word makes me uncomfortable. All right, so let's get this out because I don't actually really need this in here. You're saying drag it in? So actually just literally drag it in. Oh, then we're having the permissions issue. So what I could do, let me save it here. Close Blender. It's interesting because this is going to be really helpful for workflow to have Blender and Godot working together. Like from the Godot Explorer to the scene window. Oh, whoa! I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what happened, but it's better. I closed Blender. That's all I did. I just closed Blender. Somehow that fixed it. So there we go. There we go. Why did that work? Nobody knows. All right. Well, look, we'll be this won't be the last time we'll be experimenting with this, I'm sure. I mean, today, because I want to get other obstacles in here. So, you know, you haven't seen the last of me yet, Blender to Godot. Texture importation. All right, let me just make sure this is actually lined up correctly. How do we pan in Godot? It's super weird moving between these programs. Let's just do fly. Fly around's the easiest. I think the feet are lined up right on top of each other. Yeah, they are. So it's just a little taller, which is okay. Oh yeah, Marie, actually we did that. We did try that. We totally tried that. That might have helped, and that actually might have helped. Maybe even closing Blender like made that work right or something, you know? Waiting for a better Godot. Oh. That's the thing. At least we don't have to wait long because people are updating it. I need to make sure I put this in the character here. I'm gonna just get rid of the other alien. I'm just gonna delete the node, hit play, and it should be our player character now. Like, it should be our player character. Yeah, that's it. Done. That's done. And now we got the new model that has break-offable arms. So, okay, I don't know what that error was. What? We have an interesting error. Requested file format unknown blend. What, mate? What's that? What you on about then? maybe I can ignore this because I mean that would seem related to. Let me see here. That would seem related to putting on the settings for Blender integration. You've never seen it before? Okay, cool. Requested file format unknown blend. But everything seems to be fine. Requested file format unknown blend. I'm just gonna do that. Import blend files and crazy issues. Okay. All right. Okay. Anytime I run a game, Godot shows the message. I close this message, but after I rerun the game, it shows it again. So this is their first issue. So let's see if someone addresses that. Have you tried importing with GLTF? Yeah, it just might be buggy, right? It just might be buggy because this is a really new feature. Like, this was posted like 2 months ago, right? So, you know, it just might be that we're playing with some new stuff. Doesn't seem to be as stable. Okay. It did disappear. So maybe we just live with it and we just enjoy the problem and we just say maybe it'll go away someday. All right, that's good to know. Psychonic Joe says basically that checkbox makes Blender pack the external textures into the blend file so Godot doesn't have to look for them. That's so interesting. And that's interesting that that wasn't, like, I don't know, already checked. If you noticed, it made a texture. I guess because if maybe most people aren't loading from the blend file or something, so there's no reason for Blender to need to do that normally. If you notice, it made a textures folder in the same directory as the blend file. It did? Oh, it did. Oh, nice. Interesting. Gotcha. Learning us. So that's a really interesting thing. That's a really interesting thing that checking that box will help. I want to open Blender. What if I open Blender? I wonder if that message like goes away. I want to open Blender, but I also feel like there's some like weird problems. I don't know. We're experimenting here. There's lots of experimentation. I am gonna start doing some attempt at coding soon, momentarily here. So what Psychonic Joe is talking about, just to tie it all together. This external, so if you go to File, External Data, there's this automatically pack resources. And so it's going to put the textures that are associated with these models. It's going to actually create a folder when we save it that has all this extra stuff in it. And that, since we're reading the Blender file in Godot, that's allowing us to actually get the textures, probably. It's interesting. I wonder if we still get the error if I have Blender running. Yeah, we do. Okay. All right. Just wondering. All right, so let's do some coding stuff. Now I need to. So one thing that still happens. This is an instanced. Changes may be lost. So I actually need to create a new instance of this because. Let me actually. Normally, it asks me to do that, to create a new. I just need to save it as a scene. Can't save the branch of an already instantiated scene. To create a variation, you can make an inherited scene based on the instantiated scene. New inherited scene instead. Okay, I'll do that. Wait, really? Save branch of the scene. Scene, new inherited scene. Okay, so because before it was by default giving me that message. Scene, new inherited scene. Is this what I should do? Alien 2. Hey, what's up, Hollow Tempest? Welcome. Good to see you. But this isn't. But that was opening. not saving. I'm a little confused. I'm going to drag in a new one. I'm going to drag in a new one. And when I go to edit this, it does this, right? It says, please confirm scene was automatically imported so it can't be modified. I was curious how I could do this manually. New inherited. So if I click on this, it's going to do it for me, which is a little easier. Welcome back, Tempest. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. I'm all in for Godot these days. Next week, I'll be starting to do it twice a week on Wednesdays and Thursdays, working on this game. It is going to be like a survival runner kind of game with maybe some roguelite features. And I'm working on only this one game. Eventually, I'll be doing Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, all devoted to Godot. All right, looks pretty good. Let's do a fly around. And so today, what I want to do is I want to get this creature to have its limbs be able to be knocked off by obstacles is my goal today. It's interesting that they just are kind of like different. Okay, there we go. That's a little better. Perfect. And so this one is editable, so I'm going to delete this one. Bring that in here. And everything should be fine. Let's check it out, though. Yes, looks good. And we should have the collision shapes pretty well around it. They're a little messed up. They could be better. Better aligned. It's not bad. It'll do for now. And what I'm going to want is to have them be detectable somehow by objects. The area's gone. It is? It is. Maybe it was because I didn't make a new inherited scene. Maybe that's why. I wonder. Good catch. So weird. So we have these blocks, and then I just dropped these trees in here. I did not do anything. Oh, so yeah, so these trees, I mean, these trees are not, I haven't done anything with them at all. But let's get the blocks. The blocks have area 2D nodes, 3D nodes, sorry. And so what this should let me do, average game dev shenanigans. Yeah, all right, it's just like a random little error. Everything's fine. I guess you don't need real physical collision because it's an infinite runner. You need just to use detectable areas. Yeah, like the collision, right? It's not like, I mean, so currently there is a jump, like just because it came default with Godot. Oh, I mean, it does work. So we kind of have both. But yeah, we technically don't need it. It'll be interesting to just like evaluate what do we need to have in there and not. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. So for right now, I'm going to use the area 2D or 3D. Why do I keep saying 2D? 3D. You can stop the game, break the blocks after you detected it. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. I'm always like, let's make something change color when we hit it or something. Rogue collision just need for physical simulation. Right. Well, and so that's the thing, Thought T, is I kind of want to have it be both. So part of the idea for this game is that it has like this like survival element, and for right now, I'm not worried about it, but at some point what I want is like if you lose both your legs, like you literally like your body and your head will fall down and you'll just be arms, a body, and a head, right? And you'll have to drag yourself. So in that way, there's kind of physics. That might be better handled by an animation though, or something. I'm not really sure yet. But I kind of want I want it to at least feel like there's physics. So you'll trip and you'll fall, and I want it to stop. So we can like speed it up and maybe like it slows down. That's animation. Okay. Yeah, maybe I don't need the collision shape. I mean, if I take them off, I mean, we have a lot of different terrains. We have 5 different terrain panels here that it cycles through, that it puts out. So I have to come into each of these. Dude, does that mean I have to create... Okay, so this... Okay, just like thinking out loud here. Oh, this one I didn't make into a... Oh, it is an Area 3D. Oh, it's a static body. Oh, I made one into Area 3D. Oh, okay. I didn't make them all Area 3D. I only made one Area 3D. Well, let's make this one a different color or something. So that way I know which one it is. So I'm going to come to the mesh. I'm going to add a material to it. However we do that. Do I remember how to do that? Do I... Surface material override. Bring it on. Standard material. Albedo. And let's make this one, yeah, pink. Sure, pink. And so does that mean I'm going to have to create... I guess I need to make a script for each object and have a signal that says if something has entered it. All right, here's the block. And I think... we want body entered, emitted when the received body enters this area. Body can be a physics body 3D or a grid map. So maybe if the character has some physics on it, right, then that'll let it detect it. Or we could say area entered, emitted when the received area enters this area. So would that be like another area 3D node, I guess? And then... what else do we got? Is collision object 3D, input event, mouse entered. I don't care about that. Area enters to area. Okay. That's really interesting, Fonty. I hadn't thought about that. How like we don't need physics simulation. That's really interesting. I need to take that note down immediately. Just like in general. Don't need collision. Physics collision. Because that's a very interesting thought. Maybe that... because that would reduce like performance or improve performance, right? Because there'd be less going on, less being calculated. Physics collision isn't in an infinite runner is problematic. Really? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Endless runner. I mean, I don't know why there would be like a... like, so if I look this up, there's gonna be info about it. I feel like if that's not the way to do it. Oh, look at that. Make an endless runner in Godot. So I feel like you might have a special experience about this. Because it seems common that people are adding physics collision to endless runners. But now that you mention it, I kind of can see how that might be unnecessary. Physics body is like a character body or static body or rigid body thing. So you'd want to use body entered. Right, because we already have it. So, and that's the other thing, is I'm just using like the default character setup, which allows me to move left and right. But I'm curious like why it's problematic. So this is the one that we can collide with. Or actually we can't collide with it. That's actually the only one we can't collide with. Oh, interesting. We don't have collision with it, in fact. Which is strange, because it does have a collision shape. So I don't know why that... why would that not have collision? Maybe you can use one physics shape if you want to follow the ground. Yeah, right. One capsule. But for the interact elements, you just need areas. Interesting. I am technically not sure why it doesn't collide. Like, just by virtue of being an area 3D, it doesn't get collision. We have this layer 1, I mean, that's the same as these. If I look at this, collision 1, 1. So that's all the same. It's kind of interesting. So like if I switch this back, if I say change type, and I make it a static body, will it become collidable? I wonder. Just out of curiosity. So they're bumping us, they're bumping us. Let's see if this one bumps us. It does. So whether or not it's an area 3D, the collision shape will decide the collision of the parent, area 3D in this case. Apparently, area 3D is not a colliding one. Is not a good collider. Which is interesting. So now it's area 3D. It's very interesting. Oh, it's a little interesting. Certainly not uninteresting. No collision. What's that about? Godot, area 3D doesn't collide. And I don't know that I care that it doesn't collide, especially thinking about what Thoughty is saying, but I'm just kind of curious to understand, for the sake of learning, why that's happening that way. Okay. I'm pretty sure an area 2D 3D is a space that you wanted to let detect collisions in. That's why collision doesn't work on area nodes, because they're used for detection. You can add a static body as a child of the area 3D and set up collision. Oh, I see. It doesn't really stop the physic body, but instead it fires a signal. Gotcha. So if I did want it to collide, and again, maybe we don't want it to collide, I would need a static body node to be just in here. And then I could make... Wow, so then I'll need another collision shape, because now it's giving me an error because there's not collision. So I would need to, like, duplicate the collision, drag it out here. So now there's collision for the area 3D, and then now there's collision for the static body. And so now if I play it, it should collide and, in theory, send out that signal. Gotcha. Nice. Cool. Interesting. All right. Well, I'm definitely convinced that we might as well not have hard collision for now, right? Because the idea is that we keep moving forward. And if we want to control the movement, slowing or stopping, we can slow or stop the level movement. We can change that. And so we don't have to really think about the collision, because like Thoughty says, that's potentially problematic. Okay, all right, I'm sold on that. So I'm going to get rid of the, I'm just going to get rid of this. Let's drag the original collision out, get rid of the static body. Now we've got a block collision shape for that, for the detection, and then the mesh. Awesome. All right. Now, if I want to have this detecting stuff, so I'm gonna want to have multiple objects, right? And I'm gonna want to have them accessible. So this is just one thing, right? Let's say I want to have, I'm gonna duplicate this block. Now we've got another block, and let's say this is a different type of enemy or something, or a different type of building or object. And it's going to have different code, but I'm still going to want it to interface with the player to be able to tell the player, hey, remove the arm, remove the leg. I'm going to say surface material override. Let's just give it a different color. Oh, we got to make it unique. It ain't unique. Let me fix that real quick. Make it unique. Was that enough, or do I have to do it on the other level? Okay, that was enough. All right, so now we got these two different objects, right? And, you know, do I want them to, I don't want them to share a script. So there's something I want to look at, okay? And that's from this playlist. So I was trying to think about this off stream, right? Like how I have logic making our enemies modular, yes. How I'm going to have this logic ready to go and set up so I can build more enemies and more obstacles in the future without it causing great headache. Resources, right. Am I ready for using resources? Oh, this tutorial is really cool. I want to watch this. So this is from gamedev with Drew is the YouTube channel. And I just want to make sure that I approach this as good as well as intentionally as possible. So that way when we start adding more things, we're sort of ready. So I'm just going to check out this tutorial real quick. I'm going to speed it up so it's a little faster. And hopefully this will help us decide how I want to proceed.
Hey everyone, it's gamedev with Drew, and welcome back to a new episode. Did you know that 60% of you guys are not subscribed to my channel? Make sure you subscribe so you guys can keep up on my content.
Nice.
Today we're going to be looking
Well
at
done.
resources. And you guys seem to be loving my enemy videos, so we're going to be extending upon our enemies with resources. So, make a new folder called resources, and then we're going to go into our scripts and make a new script. We're going to have...
I'm in the way over here, these subtitles. I wish I could move them. Oh, I can! Let's go! My initial guess is that you'd have a script in the root node, right, of your terrain scene, so like an autoload or something, and have it receive the signals from all the areas and potentially pass it to an autoload. Root node of the terrain scene, and then have like the message bus and the autoload. Yes, that is 100% an option. Let me talk about our options. Let's just get way down here. So obstacle, enemy, structure, options. So we have terrain root node communicates with a message bus, which communicates with the player. Or really, you'd have obstacles, terrain root node, message bus, player would kind of be the way to think about that. Another approach. Custom classes and resources is a good way. Example, Interactable's custom class that is extended from Area 3D. Right. It's two different ways. I think I understand what you mean, but both can be good. So you're saying your way is different from the video? Custom classes and resources. So this is what the video is saying, right? It's the custom classes and resources. I think that's what they're saying. Custom classes and resources. For example, Interactable's custom class that is extended from the area. So we put that class on the Area 3D node. Yeah, I think that's what they're going to say in this video. So these are our options, I think. Two different
folder called resources.
Oh yeah.
We're going to go to our scripts and make a new script.
Thanks for
We're going to have it inherit.
Sometimes I don't know what people mean.
We're going to go into our scripts and make a new script. We're going to have it inherit from something called resource, and then we're going to call it enemy resource base. It's just very arbitrary name. So what our resource is just something that can encapsulate a lot of data, and you can just push it out into whatever scripts you want. You can make a save game with resources, which there are other tutorials. So what we're going to do is make an enemy resource. So first, let's make a class name so we can actually call this resource, and we're going to make a class name called enemy resource. And then we can go into our resources, and search for enemy resource. And look at that, we can make a new resource. So with that, we're just going to make, let's just make a brown yeti. And the reason why I chose brown yeti is because I have this little guy right here. So in our resources, we can see that there's nothing here. But we can start making things here if you guys remember what export variables are. So let's make an export variable. Export var texture is going to be a texture. So when we save that, look at that right here. There needs to be a texture for our brown yeti. So let's just drag in our brown yeti.
I like that. I like that dragging.
We want different enemies, right? So let's just make an export var for, how about let's make an export var for our health. And that will be returning an integer. So let's have our brown yeti, since it's a yeti, let's have it have 5 health. Yeah. So let's make another one of these resources, because that was pretty fun, right? So let's just make a new resource.
Super fun.
Enemy resource, and we'll make a blue fire. And with the texture, we're just going to grab our blue fire. And since it's like fire. It can get killed in 2 shots, I bet. So what do we do with these? Let's go into our enemy script. So now with our enemy opened up and our enemy script opened up, let's make a couple things. Let's make a new onReady variable to let's make a new onReady var to reference our sprite. So let's just do sprite equals $sprite. Simple as that. We actually need to make the character have health. So we're going to change our export variable health to an onReady var health so that it can change within the game. And then we're going to go to our top of our script and make a new export variable called resource, and we're going to add these little parentheses and make it a resource. I can't type today, so we'll save that. And we actually have to give it a var name, obviously. And then when we go into our enemy, we can see that there's a resource that it needs. So let's give the resource our properties. So we'll do sprite.texture equals resource.texture, and health equals resource.health. So we can start our game and see that it breaks. The reason why it breaks is because it is going on a nil texture. We don't want that to happen, do we? The reason why it's nil is because we're taking in these resources, and we didn't actually add in any resources. So let's go into our main scene and put in 2 new resources for these guys. Let's put in our blue fire and our brown yeti, and then we can start our game and see that our enemies are invisible. But here's the thing, the health is going to be correct. So when we shoot to the left, we're going to see that this only has 2 health. When we shoot to the right, we're going to see that this takes 5 bullets.
I like that.
But they're still invisible. And why is that? Well, the reason why they're invisible is because we're taking in our transform, we're taking in our sprite, and we're taking it in as a region. So instead of taking it as a region, we're going to just turn off texture, and then we're also going to turn off region. So when we start our game, we'll see that, wow, look at that. Our characters are put. Isn't that amazing? Our characters are now modular, and they work as different resources. So look at this. I can make a completely new resource right now, and make it an enemy resource. Make it Godot icon, because I don't have any other images.
Nice.
And then I can just add health, make it 10 health, because it's, it's the Godot icon. It's amazing. It's huge. And then I can drag in a new enemy. And we'll make it like the final boss, the final boss. And we'll make it a resource.
I like it so much.
The Godot icon resource. So when we start our game, we're going to just kill this guy and walk past it. And look how big he is. The reason why it's so big is because we haven't edited the sprites transform, but I'm pretty sure you guys can handle that on your own. So let's just kill this guy.
This seems useful.
And thank you all so much for watching.
Because
I'll see you guys all in the next video.
Because it's like we can create like a menu, of just a palette of different things to drag and drop in. It would be so easy. Whereas, so looking at the advantages and disadvantages of these different methods, there's the method of setting up a communication with a root node on the terrain. Hey, what's up, Novid? Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I'm figuring out how to set up the structure for obstacles and enemies in my Endless Runner game. I want something that makes it kind of intuitive and easy to create new objects and new enemies, and they can share some information between each other while also being different. So, and I guess, yeah, and so I'm just looking at some different ways of doing that. Sleepy Mushroom in the house. Welcome. Hope you're doing well, Sleepy Mushroom. Thank you for stopping in and saying hello. So the obstacles terrain root node message bus goes. So let me just explain to what this game is. Like, this game is an endless runner, and the idea is that you can get hit by objects, and it's going to like injure parts of your body. And I want those parts of your body to like, break off and stuff. And then you'll also be able to like click on things and dodge bullets and things like that. So there's going to be stuff going on from these external creatures or objects. And so we have a green one and a pink one, and I'm just trying to make some variants and see how they can interact with our character. But before I set up a way for them to interact with the character, I really want to start making them in a way that is, how do you say, build-onable. Oh, good question, Sleepy Mushroom. Wow, that's not clear, is it? So the speed is so random because I'm actually pressing. So I made it so you can actually speed up. I don't know if this will stay in the game. It's just sort of a prototype feature that happens to be there. But I set it up so you can, if I press W or forward, it'll just like go faster. um, you know, I guess this could be a nice feature for like a speed run thing if you want to like go faster and you maybe get a better score or something if you beat the game more quickly. Also, I'm just impatient and I'm indecisive and I don't know what I want the speed to be. So if I just have different speeds, I can change it. So that was me changing it. Very good question though. And so the different ways that I'm looking into for changing the or setting up the objects are either having the terrain, which is being generated in these 4 sections. There are these segments that come through. And we could have a root node on there that the obstacle communicates to. And then that will send a message to this like message bus in the sky. And then that will come back and communicate with the player and say, hey, you just got hit or whatever. You just, we can go the other way around too, right? Where the player can click on an object and then that could send a message to the message bus terrain root node and go that way as well. Or this method that I just watched a video about from gamedev with Drew, I want to say. Gamedev with Drew. And which will have us create a resource or different resources and I guess just like one class. I guess they just created one class. I guess if we have like obstacles versus enemies versus unmovable things, those would all be different. And then the advantage of this is we don't have to worry about that communication, right? Or do we? I mean, we still have to have some kind of communication, but I mean, in this video, they showed the interaction.
Let's just make a brown yeti.
Between. So they already have the logic. This is a resource base. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Because, like, a part of me thinks that this could be a cool thing. But the other way is more intuitive to me. Like, it seems like I don't have to like kind of wrap my head around how it works, but this way requires like a little more just maybe problem solving, but I don't know. And then what I would say is like a disadvantage of doing it this way is it just gets a little messy maybe, and there's just going to be a lot of different things that have to be set up with a bunch of different connections. Maybe you don't need resources yet for detecting areas. Resources are good for storing data. Well, that's interesting. Right, I see what you're saying. For now, right? Maybe you don't need to set it up. And so that's kind of, so let's say we have a, so in the game, there's going to be obstacles that you can destroy, right? So they'll have like health. There's gonna be the things that you can grab and take. So that might need to store data. Like, is it currently grabbed or not? Is it something that shoots or not? How much ammo does it have? And then there's the unmovable objects, which will have health, and or actually some of the enemies will too. Like the militarized police would have some health. Or, you know, a big helicopter would have some health. So we'd want to keep track of that. So in theory, we'd want that. And so I guess maybe I'm thinking too far ahead, but I'm imagining if I'm going to set up, let's say today, just what would in theory be a small tree or, you know, a building or something. Or maybe not a building. I mean, in theory, it will have health. Like, most of the obstacles are going to be like buildings and trees and stuff that you have to avoid running into or something. So they will technically have health. Not that today the health matters. So I'm just thinking, if I set it up today without thinking about storing that data later, will I regret that? Or can I set it up today without worrying about that, and then later on add in the resource and class stuff, and that'll be fine. If that's true, then maybe, yeah, we could just move on for now. Resources might not be it. They're essentially shared data storage dumps, not for detection at least. Interesting. I mean, if I could convert, if I create a small tree today, or a building, or a big tree, whatever. I guess it's like a house that I'm making today, like a little house. If I make that today, technically, that obstacle, at some point, I'm gonna want to give it HP, and that you can destroy it. So if today all I'm doing is detection, and I set up a script or a series of scripts here, so the obstacle can communicate. So we'll have one script here and one script here, and then that'll go to here, right? I set that chain up. Will I regret doing that later when I want to go in and add that shared data? I would make areas for different body parts and add a class for obstacles. Oh, interesting. That detects these areas. I feel like I need to learn more about classes in Godot. I feel like I don't understand classes well enough. Like the idea of a class makes sense to me, but like in terms of like Godot, like how am I accessing them? Where do they live? It wouldn't be trouble updating it to use a resource, essentially updating a reference, I guess, right? If you need, I can show you the custom class for obstacles, some short steps, but maybe need some body part area to detect it for testing. Okay. All right, we can set that up easily. Classes combine data and functions. Okay. I'm gonna watch this video real quick. Jam this info in my brain.
The ability to create
Whoa, that's
classes.
loud.
These are useful scripts that can hold variables and even functions, and can make your code
And
more
then,
readable
yeah,
and
let's do that,
extensible, leading to
Thoughtsy.
less bugs and more productivity. In this video, I'll be adding a feature
This
to the
is Bitlytic. Bitlytic? Bitlytic. Bitlytic.
project and show how classes can make this process easier, more
Speed
streamlined,
this up.
and less error-prone. As always, use the timestamps in the description or chapters in the video to skip the parts that you care about. I'll be using the Sproutlands asset pack by Cup Noodle, links in the description. So here's how the game stands so far. We have a character that can walk around, and when we click, she attacks in front of her. We also have this cow that can take damage and eventually die. The damage is handled like so. The weapon checks if the body it hits has a damage function, and if it does, it calls it, passing in its attack damage value. And inside of the enemy, we have the damage function. We subtract the damage from the health, and if it hits 0, it deletes itself. Now, I want the ability to knock the cow back whenever we hit it, which we can go about in a few different ways. We'll start with the straightforward approach, and then go over some problems it may cause and a better way to do it later. First off, inside of the weapon, I'll add a new variable called knockback force, and we'll pass that into the damage function.
So this
we
would
also
be
need to know
the
where the attack
not
comes from,
ideal
so we'll
way
also
to
pass
do
in the
it.
position of the attack. Then, inside of the enemy script, I'll modify the damage function to take in these new parameters, and just apply a velocity change in the opposite direction of the attack. If I go back into the game, all seems perfect. So where's the problem? Well, there's something I didn't mention. We actually also have these trees and crates around the world that we can also break. And since we
Right.
modified the damage function, if I try to hit them, the game crashes. That's because we haven't changed the tree and crate functions to take in these new parameters. To fix this, we'll have to go into the functions and add the new parameters to both the tree and the crate. Unfortunately, even though we have to add these parameters, the tree and the crate don't actually care about them. But because we changed what we're passing in here in the weapon, these have to have these parameters, otherwise we get a crash. I will say, if you have a small project and you're unlikely to change the damage function, this can be perfectly fine. But let's imagine you had 20 different scripts, all who do different things with the damage function. This can lead to a lot of complexity and issues down the line, and it can just be annoying to change these functions. So what can we do better? Let's start by adding a new script. I'll just call mine attack.gd, and I'll start with class name attack. What this class name does is it allows any script in the project to reference this attack class. We'll get into that more later, but for now I'll just add 3 variables. These are attack damage, knockback force, and attack position. We can also assign these a default value if we want, but I'll just keep mine blank. That's actually all we need for this file, so I'll go back to the enemy script, and instead of passing in these 3 parameters, I'll instead pass in one attack object, which I will annotate with type attack. Annotating it as attack gives us 2 benefits. This allows us to use autocomplete, and if we try to pass anything that isn't an attack into this function, the game will throw an error, and so we're guaranteed that the only thing passed into this function will be an attack. Of course, right now...
Wait, I missed it. Was that a class that was created? It is. So there's...
And I'll start with class name. It can just be annoying to change
they're
this
making
function.
a whole
So what
script
can we do
for
better?
it.
Let's start by adding a new script. I'll just call mine attack.gd, and I'll start with class name attack. What this class name does is...
So it's an entire script that just defines a class. It's a state machine video, dude. Oh, but it's not that video. Okay. You know, the guy who made the state machine video. Everyone knows that one. I actually do know that
This
one.
allows any script in the project to reference this attack class. We'll get into that more later, but for now I'll just add 3 variables. These are attack damage, knockback force, and attack position. We can also assign
Okay. All right. So we're defining some aspects. This is very useful. So for my use here, I want it to just be simple for now, right? It just detects if it has seen a body part. Like, that's it. So instead of attack, it would just be, I guess, detect or something like that. And then we just have a variable true or false if it's detected it. Something like that. I don't know. It's pretty much easy to set up once it's set up. Yeah, it seems like it. It does seem like it. I love state machines.
use the default value if we want, but I'll just keep mine blank. That's actually all we need for this file, so I'll go back to the enemy script, and instead of passing in these 3 parameters, I'll instead pass in one attack object, which I will annotate with type attack. Annotating it as attack gives us 2 benefits. This allows us to use autocomplete, and if we try to pass anything that isn't an attack into this function, the game will throw an error, and so we're guaranteed that the only thing passed into this function will be an attack. Of course, right now the function has errors, so instead of referencing the old variable names, I'll instead call attack.attack damage, attack.attack position, and attack.knockback force. Going back to our weapon class, we have to change how we call the damage function. Rather than passing in 3 parameters, we'll first start by making a new attack object and assign the attack damage, knockback force, and position like so, and then instead of passing in the 3 variables, we'll instead pass in just the attack object. I'll make a similar change to the tree.
So,
Like so.
They're referencing all those variables in here. So when it detects that the attack is happening, it's going to check to see what those variables are so it knows to update them. Interacting is one of the hardest part in game making, to find out what way is the best for you. Right, like I feel like I could easily set up interaction, but it would invariably be like super crappy to build on and to expand on later. Whereas if I do it a certain way, right, then I know it'll be easier for me down the line. Yeah, and so that's why I really want to make that decision now before I regret it later, and not just slap something together that works. Yeah, I feel that.
And then instead of passing in the 3 variables, we'll instead pass in just the attack object. I'll make a similar change to the tree and crate, and if we go into the game, we can see that everything is still working fine. There's no crash to be seen. And you can see inside of the crate there's no reference to knockback at all. That's because this object doesn't want anything to do with the knockback variables, and so we don't need to specify them here. However, you can see if we call attack dot, Godot will autocomplete and suggest the attack damage position.
Alright, this is pretty
useful. This means that we can add an arbitrary number of values to this class, and we have to change nothing at all in any of the functions that reference it. But if we wanted to, these variables would show up in autocomplete. To really drive home how easy it is to add something new, I'm going to add something called stun time. This won't actually do anything in the project, but we'll pretend that the enemy uses it. So inside the enemy, I'll add a new current stun time variable and assign it based on the attack stun time. And inside the weapon, we'll account for this by adding a stun time. Once again in game, we can see that we can hit the cow, the tree, or the crate, and everything works fine. We didn't even have to touch the tree or the crate because they don't care about stun time, since stun time isn't relevant to them. Classes can also contain custom functions like this one that can reference the values stored inside of a class instance. These will also show up in autocomplete, and if I call the function when the enemy gets hit, we can see that the function gets called. Hopefully this shows you how useful classes can be if used correctly.
Very interesting. Very interesting. So we might want to do something like that. Then filing the data, but the attack object he created is an instance of the class, so nothing about the original class was changed. The attack object he created is an instance of the class. I don't know why my live stream is having some internet issues right now. I apologize. I do see that the internet is wavering. I recently changed my internet service provider, and I'm actually going to be changing it back tomorrow. I've been trying to improve my internet for these live streams. So it's probably going to look a little blurry, and hopefully it doesn't stutter too much, but this is a work in progress, this internet situation. Filling the data, but the attack object that created instance of the class, so nothing whether its class has changed. All right, so let's try this. Let me see if I can figure this out. Now that we've done some researching, let's see if I can figure this out. So I'm gonna go to wherever I keep things. I guess we'll just make a scripts folder. I'm gonna create a new folder. I'm gonna call it scripts. And in here, we're going to make a new script, and I'm going to call it, I guess I was going to call it detect. Yeah, let's call it detect. Oh, I forgot. Thought T was saying I should set up the body parts. All right, let me do that, actually. That's a good idea. So the body parts right now do have collision. So here's our, well, kind of. So here's the character body node over here. How does my left side zoom look these days? Oh, terrible. Oh, it looks awful. All right, let me fix that. Let me fix that. Whoa. What the what? Why would you stretch it? Don't do that. There's no need for that. Let me see if I can fix this. Well, I guess we don't have to zoom. Never mind on the zoom. Maybe. Maybe I can get the zoom to work. There we go. Okay, so over here, I've got character body 3D. And below that, I've got the alien body. Now this is collision, right? So this isn't an area 3D. But I guess I'll need them to be areas. Wide Godot. Yeah, this is big. Blow it up. Just blow it up. You need that collision shapes as children of areas. Okay, gotcha. Let's do it. So I'm going to add area 3D. If you want to text separately. I absolutely do. I deeply do. Incredibly. So very much. So this is going to be area, let's say alien body. We could just say body. I don't know why I have alien. And then I'll put the collision in there. Nice. So I'll do the same thing. Create a new Area 3D. There's got to be a shortcut for that, right? There's got to be a shortcut for that. Godot, create node shortcut or hotkey. I want to be quick. We're going to be doing like 8 of them or something. Oh, that's not gonna... Oh, I see. Here we go. Create a node. Essential keyboard shortcuts. Hey, Frank. Insert key? Nah. Default editor shortcuts. Add a child node. Control A. Let's go. This one is going to be area leg. I'm just gonna do R. Put that in here. Let's try this Control A. See what that does. Oh yeah, easy peasy. Control D? Really? Oh, duplicate. Oh, yeah, right. That's true. Oh, yeah, I could do that too. So I need 2 more. Could do that too. Control D, Control D. That's pretty fast. All right, that is pretty fast. That's also good. Dreams node gadget. Yeah, you know, I like that they use the word nodes and they got little icons. It is a nice thing about Godot because it does kind of try to be intuitive, which I appreciate. Area leg left. Make this one. Oh yeah, this is way faster. Arm left. Area arm right. Okay. Drag these in. Easy peasy. Okay. Now when we go into those obstacles that we set up, the pink one and the green one, it's going to be able to see it, in theory, probably. So if I want to have that information of it being seen get sent, how... I guess I feel like that's pretty fast. That's pretty fast, Thoughty. I feel like I still need some combination of these two methods. You know? I feel like I need some combination of these two methods, right? I feel like punking out on the class stuff. That would be the best if you need, just thinking for it. The internet's dropping again. I found out my Ethernet cable was causing a lot of the drops in the past. I found out it was my Ethernet cable. I switched my Ethernet cable, but maybe I need to switch it even harder. Anyway, I apologize. Hopefully it's not too bad. Okay. So if I want to take that information and send it somewhere, I really don't want to do it on a per terrain basis, because I'm kind of thinking I want to design the levels. Like, I don't just want there to be 5 terrain set. Whoa. What? Oh, shoot. Uh-oh. Okay, one little problem here. Let me finish what I was saying. But I don't really want there to just be 4 of these that get, emitted. I want to design levels, right? And so I might have like 30 of them that it puts out, right? On one level, or maybe more, maybe 100, maybe 1,000. I don't know. I'm not sure. I guess I'm still kind of not sure if I want to design the levels, like to what degree I want to design them versus procedurally generate. So I don't really want to have like a script that I have to like clone a bajillion times. I guess what I should do is, like, why can't I just maybe I can just skip. It's over 9,000. Maybe I can just skip having something on the terrain and just have the obstacle go directly to the message bus? I don't know. And then the objects could be added in as scene instances, right? And that would be a little easier than having that be on a per terrain node basis. So I guess what I'll do is we'll call this block, this green one. So if I have 2 different ones that are going to do 2 different things, I don't really want to worry about that too much. I'm just going to move this one up a little bit so it's higher. And this will just be like we'll call it a helicopter. It's a helicopter. I'm even gonna prefix it with ob, because that's just the way I do. And then this one I'm gonna call ob house. So we have a helicopter and a house. That's what these are. I don't know what's over 9,000, but I believe you that something is over 9,000. Psychotic Joe says, I just noticed if your player's in an area, that means it'll not physically collide. Yeah. Yeah, so we found that out. Capsule shape is needed for it because of gravity. Yeah, I figured that out. We just fell right through. So I do need to create a capsule for that much collision. Yeah, so we should make a separate one. I think we could just do... Let's create... I'm going to do... Was it Control A? And then we can get a collision shape. We could make it the shape of the character. Maybe? No, I don't think we can. Oh, I know. I'll make a static body, right? So make a static body for the character. Have that be a child here. Oh, it'd have to be in the alien. Right. Was the body not collidable as the body just goes to the ground? Basically, yeah. It was collidable, but then I put it into this area node. And this area node doesn't allow for physics collision. So it was colliding before until I added it into this area node, and then that fell apart. Okay. So I could do the static body. I wonder if I could have that be on the instance, though. So if I get rid of this, we go into the instance. We haven't created a new inherited for it yet? Really? Really? I would have thought we did. That's interesting. Okay, fine. Yeah, sure. I thought we did that, but okay. New inherited. Oh, I didn't save it. I see. We have it open, but it's unsaved. I gotcha. All right. Well, can we save it? Alien 3. Yeah, sure. Okay, there we go. So here we already have these meshes. And so I could say that the legs have collision. But then if it doesn't, oh, and then it'll fall. So if we set up these and we actually make it turn off, we'll be able to see it fall on the ground right away, which would be kind of cool. Over 9,000 is a Dragon Ball Z meme. Oh. Oh. Thank you, Pixel Tuner. You can detect the collision from inside the player from each different body part and have them directly report to the player. Right. Character body needed collision shape. Right. 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 Just add a collision shape under the character body 3D, a simple box. That's what I was thinking. But like, what if I take it too far? What if? Because if each of these parts in here have their own collision and the legs go away, then the body, as I want, will fall down and collide with the ground. And so the legs will be destroyed, more technically. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of like curious to try that. And then I can do the mesh and I can just say like a single convex collision for these different... that didn't look very simple. I'll keep it real. That looked mad, not simple. Simplified. Oh, I did single, not simplified. There we go. Simplified for the leg. Make that a child. Oh, wait, what's wrong? Static body. Oh, it's a mesh instance. So we need to put a static body in here. So it just gets a little tedious since we have to set up for each of these. Add a static body. You can animate it later. Oh, right. We don't need a shape for it. So should I not? Like, should I especially not do that? Because I feel this emotion of determination to try this. But I but I at once feel this wisdom coming from the chat that I should not necessarily do it this way. I feel that wisdom strongly. And I respect it deeply. If you want ragdoll effect, you need a skeleton first. Right. I think it's a later step. Right. Right, because if I'm gonna like animate these things, that's gonna be weird. That's gonna be weird, right? So even thinking about the idea of it being in T-pose and putting an animation on it, there's a lot of problems here to think about. How could it animate it and also remove pieces of it? Like, man. There's gonna be for me when I'm like, we gotta set up the obstacle system just the right way now. And then with this, I'm like, whatever, let's just do it. Let's just do it. And then later I'm probably gonna be like, oh gosh, I shouldn't have done it that way. If you feel like doing it, then do it. I do feel like doing it. I do feel like doing it. But like, I don't know. I hear what you're saying. Hey, what's up, Stormrun? Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing great. Thanks for stopping in. Hope your Pokemon Stadium game is going well. Coliseum game. I don't want you to. You can't force me. You couldn't force me. How dare you think you could force me? You couldn't force me. But what you could do is influence me and help me snap out of my delirium that makes me think this is a good idea. I'm too curious. I'm too curious at this point. All right, let me do our control A. So what I'm up to right now is I'm trying to set up some obstacles and or enemies that will remove body parts from our character in this game. So the character falls apart and stuff like that. That's kind of what my goal is here. And I'm adding some collision to the body parts in such a way that perhaps when those body parts are removed, the entire body will collapse down. It may not be a best way to do this, but it's a way I'm doing it here. And I'm happy to learn the error in my ways. So I'm adding collision to each body part at the moment. Just got done making a world map so you can teleport between towns at certain locations. Nice. We got some fast travel, world map, storm run. It's always so interesting to hear about what you're implementing because you're always doing something different. You're always doing something different and something really important to the game. Like you're tackling such a wide spread of systems for the game. It's pretty cool. You're glad then? All right. All right. I have no idea how you go about implementing such a system. Oh, what, the teleporting thing or something else? Okay. Or the animation thing? There's so many things. There's just so many things. I think someone needs to reduce the number of things. Okay, so let's, in life, you know, in a good way. I need a simplified convex collision for life. Okay, so I'm going to put this collision in here. And I'm going to control A, static body. You're trying to get your character to break apart. Yeah, I'm trying to get my character to break apart. You always have such a great way of explaining things. I am so appreciative of that. Yes, I'm trying to get the character to break apart. Exactly. All right, so now all the different parts have their own collisions. So we should be fine and not fall through the ground anymore. Oh, that didn't work at all. Wait, why? That didn't work. Oh, so this... Oh dear. So when these turned to yellow... Wait, now it's not yellow anymore. So is it going to work now? What? I got confusion. I'm experiencing confusion. So it's again telling me that I need to make a new inherited because I can't modify or make changes. But I did. Did I not edit the new one? Did I make a new one, but I didn't? That's not the one I'm editing? That's got to be what it is. Guys, I edited the wrong one. I did it on the wrong one. Wait, but it has it all in here. Okay. Oh, I didn't do it on the wrong one. I didn't do it in the wrong one. I just didn't put the right one in the scene. Let's go. Okay, this is not a problem. Whew. Okay. I think we're going to be all right. All right, we got it. We got this. It still fell. Okay, it is in the scene correctly. But the collision does not work. The collision does not work. The terrain... Oh. Will the character still be able to move without an arm? I hope so. So the idea is that if you lose an arm, basically you won't be able to grab as much. So like imagine there's like a range that the character can grab things. And then if you lose an arm, that range is going to narrow. And then if you lose a leg, you'll be like hopping on one leg, right? So you'll be slower. If you lose 2 legs, you'll then use one of your arms to move, which then means that range will narrow. So like different things will happen. Different things will happen if you have different leg and arm configurations. You said that a long time ago, Thought T, and I was just like, no, 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 no. So I guess what I need to do then is put these in the character body and not in the scene. So that was a mistake, was trying to put this in the scene. All right, you're right. I see that now. I see that now. It is nice to have these exact shapes, though. Why do these keep becoming yellow? It makes me uncomfortable. It makes me think I'm doing something wrong. Maybe that's Blender. Maybe that's because it's like coming from Blender. Is it cross updating? So if I come over to Blender, whoa, I don't know. I don't think so. Okay, so I need to undo all of that, obviously. So we're just gonna delete these. It's sad to say, but I'm just gonna delete these. I really love the camera. Now I feel inspired to make an endless runner. That's awesome! I love that! Yay, inspiration! Yeah, I don't know. It's just like kind of how the game seemed in my head, like that it should be an endless runner, and I that was just the camera angle that I imagined. My character is currently not colliding with the ground, but yeah. And I'm toying with the idea of maybe different levels, like maybe the camera will like move. So something that I kind of realized just researching for this game is there's kind of a fine line. I have so many windows open. There's kind of a fine line between endless runner genre, shoot 'em ups, rail shooters, and bullet hells. Like they're actually all kind of similar. Like they're not the same, obviously. These 4. They're obviously not the same, right? Like bullet hells have like the complex patterns. Shoot 'em ups, you know, have like you can actually usually you're moving forward, kind of. Actually, not usually. They actually do kind of have like something that's moving for you. They all take away the like option to or the player's need to control forward movement, you know? And so thinking about rail shooters, you know, sometimes if you're going down one track, actually Maze Runner does this, right? And you go down a different track, the camera will look a different direction. So I kind of want to maybe do something like that. Or even like Resident Evil style, where certain areas, you know, the camera changes or something. I don't know. So I like the camera too. I'm glad you like it. I'm thinking maybe there'll be more, but I don't know. Stormman says, you could make each body part a different mesh and a character for each missing piece. Then spawn and destroy character depending on which body part. That's, wow. That's an interesting, I like that. That's an interesting idea. Then each character can have its own animation. Wow. That might be, I wonder if down the road that will be necessary. I want to put that feather in my hat. Is that what that phrase can mean? It's okay if you try it your own way. Yeah, right? All right, Psychonic Joe. Thank you for your help. It's been so nice hanging with you. Take good care. And whatever projects you're working on in your life, I hope that they're going well. And yeah, I'll see you next time. Bye, Joe. Thank you. Thank you so much for your help. Guys, we don't have Joe anymore. Chat is going to be different. It's going to be different. It's going to be different. Okay, so we need to not collide. We do need the character to have some collision on it. So I'm thinking it's getting so messy in here, you know? Like, can I put these area 3D nodes in like a node? I don't know. It's getting so messy in here. I would love to just be able to nest this, but I'm worried that doing that will break it somehow, but maybe it won't. So put this in the character. We'll see. For now, I'll just say detection areas. I would just love if, because what I'm thinking, if I want to go with my idea of having the parts fall off, I'm gonna need to set those all up in here, right? So we already have the collision defined. Oh, we can move it. Oh, look at that. And it's a whole node. We can move them all. Yeah, but I don't know if we should do that. All right, this isn't Blender. Don't use Blender controls. Whatever you do. I'm just going to reposition these now that they're becoming more important. And then I'm going to duplicate them, and they can once again be the actual collision. In retrospect, I probably could have just duplicated them sooner, but you know. I guess I should be from up here. I can group them below a node 3D. Let's go. Stormwood says, I never heard that phrase, but I guess a feather could remind them of a time and place. Yeah, I don't know. Just like, I guess I want to put it on a thing and keep it for later. Oh, let's put it in the notepad. Spawn new character with different removed body parts. Stormrun. Let's just keep that note. Let's just keep that note. That's what I meant. I want to take a note. All right, so I'm going to grab each of these individual collisions. I want to do the arms first. Scooch it over. And this, you know, this isn't going to be perfect right now. I'm okay with that. I'm pretty okay with that. There's probably some gaps here that I'm going to have to think about. I guess the other thing, too, is like, you know, if I don't make this perfect now and I start duplicating it, I'm going to have to change both of those, which is kind of annoying. I'm starting to see so many inefficiencies. But, you know, at the end of the day, I know that I can't be perfect. I can't make the perfect obstacle system the first time. I'm not going to make the perfect collision system the first time. Like, that, I'm never going to finish a game if I'm just constantly trying to do it the best way every time. So, you know, I think the most important thing is that I just do something and learn the mistakes along the way, and have the prototype that I can then look back on and be like, wow, I really should have done that differently. And then next time I'll have that experience. But I think it's really important to just push forward without worrying too much. But, you know, if I can figure out something ahead of time, I will try. But for the most part, it's probably good to also just, like, make the dang thing. You know? So you can't get experience of how to do something the best if you're just always thinking about how to do it. There's probably like a quote out there that says something like that. Someone said it. Or I'm a genius and I'm the first one ever. But that seems unlikely. If you do it that way, then when the arm gets shot off or something, it can switch to the model without the arm. Then the arm mesh can spawn near the player and fall or something. Oh, I like that. If you allow me, I'll show you a method for detecting, and then you can do it as you wish. Yeah, I mean, in theory, I'll allow you. I guess it depends what the allowance entails. Oh, like a little, like... I'm interested. I'm incredibly intrigued, for whatever that's worth. I'm incredibly intrigued. But the detecting, I think I'm still doing that. So you had me set up these area 2Ds, or 3Ds. Oh, but you're saying, like, in terms of, you won't be able to describe the complete solution in chat, even if you wanted to. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, oh, dude, you know what I need to do? I need to set up a GitHub repo and then actually make that so you guys can access it. That would probably help too. What you detecting? So what I'm detecting are these different obstacles, which right now are just these blocks. And what I want is if the limbs run into them, then they get hurt or destroyed. Just pointing a direction. All right. I like being pointed. I don't mind. Some people say you point at somebody, you point one finger at someone else, it's 5 back at you. Or 4 back at you. Kind of like 3 back at you. But you know what? I don't mind. I don't mind. I guess you wouldn't be pointing at me. You'd be pointing at the direction. It doesn't matter. So you've got these collisions for the area. Now, if I could duplicate all of these, right? Or I could even... No, let's just select them all. I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to paste them in here. And then instead of area body, I'm going to say collision body. I guess these could just be colliders. So I don't really need the top level, actually, now that I think about it. I could just remove these. Drag this out like that. Get rid of the areas. And then we'd be fine. So drag the collision out. Didn't need to really copy the areas, but that's okay. That's alright. Perfect is too easy. Wait. Okay. So now there's collision in the character body. So we should collide with the ground once again. And the blocks. Alright, we're back, baby. We got collision. Beautiful. Now, suppose, right, we get rid of, like right now, what if I come in here? I don't know if this will work for collision. Oh yeah, let's hit this disabled button. So we should just fall down to the body. Yes! Look at that. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for. And then when we get rid of them, we should fall down. Can't you just do a collision box with if entered? Pretty much. That's pretty much what we're doing. So what we have is on these... so there are these different terrain strips that fly through. And they piece together. And that's what makes the level work. So like if I come in here and we give it a little surface material. Ooh, we could change this color now. That would be nice. It's all a little bright, isn't it? Could just make it a little dirtier. So you'll see this one terrain strip is going to be a different color because they're all just kind of stitched together. And so on this stitched terrain piece, we have these area 3D. Oh, I keep moving it on accident. We have these area 3D nodes on these blocks. And these let me detect if an area 3D enters the block. And so now we just set up on the character these detection areas. And these detection areas are also areas. So then they'll be able to be seen via this area entered. And so then I just have to set up a script that says, oh, I saw that. Let's send that message somewhere and make things work. Want to add a collision to the boxes and on the body entered function. Yeah, that's pretty much what we're doing. Hey, and group limbs do this. Yeah, that's it. That's what we're doing. Sleepy Mushroom, we on the same page. That's pretty much, honestly, what y'all agree we should do, and I think we should. Are these not on the same positions? Wait, I'm just looking at these. These don't look like they're at the same positions. Which ones are in the wrong positions? Oh, I guess they didn't paste right. Dang it. Well, dang it. All right, let me delete these 5. How'd you set up the endless platform? So I followed a tutorial, actually. If you check out, so I'm live streaming this entire development process. So if you do want to like catch up with, you know, what's happened and how I did things, you can actually watch that, which is pretty cool. And from that video, you can also find, so that's, so there's like a past live streams on here, and then there's also the Godot journey playlist. So in here, you can see right here, we set up the runner for the first time, right here. And in that video description, you can find... Oh, I didn't put the link to the video. I did put a link to the person who made the video. We gotta put a link to the video! Oh my gosh. It was really helpful. And if you want to know how to do it, this is how to do it. How to create an endless 3D runner in Godot. And basically, they just gave us a script, and I literally copied and pasted it. Like, if I'm being honest with you, I copy-pasted it. I'm just keeping it real. I copy-pasted it. But I tried to make sure I learned as much as possible about how it worked. Endless runner tutorial. Let's make sure we do put that link in there. All right, so there's that link. I'll drop it in the chat as well if you want to check it out. It's really helpful. You can just copy and paste the code. Lore. There is lore for this, very much so. There's a lot of lore for this, actually. There's a ton of lore for this. Basically, the idea is that these aliens... there's even more lore that I'm about to tell you. But these aliens, a mouse that was sent into space by humans spread on this planet, and there was an alien species on this planet that thrived off that meat, and they harvested that meat. But it's not enough. Their civilization, civilization is growing so much that they need more meat. So they're sending aliens to Earth to come collect meat. They're actually going to invade Switzerland. There's some reasons why I've chosen Switzerland. My favorite reason is that Switzerland, famously, is a country nobody on Earth would invade. But you know who would invade Switzerland? Aliens. So, and so then they're going to go and collect meat, and you can either send the meat home to your planet, or you can use it to regenerate your limbs should you lose those limbs. And then maybe also for like bonuses and stuff. Yeah, check out the video. It's a really cool one. And learn while doing it. Yes, learn while copying it. You might as well. All right. So we need to give this character some collision, or we're never going to collide. So I'm going to add a collision shape. Oh, no, just kidding. I'm not going to add a collision shape. I'm going to copy it. But this time when I copy it, I'm just going to select the collision. And hopefully it won't offset it this time. Please. And if it does, okay. But please don't. Paste it. Yes, that looks good. So now it's right on top of it. Okay, beautiful. That's all you gotta do, Lise. Done. Collision added. No more done. No more to do. What? Wait, it put the body up in the sky? It put the rest of them in the right place, but it put the body in the sky. Explain. Oh, and it made it giant. Why? All right, let me delete the body. I'll try it again. Copy. Paste. Why is it making it so much bigger? What if I duplicate it in here and then drag it out? Now it's fine, right? That looks better. All right, that worked better. That was weird. Okay. Now we've got the collision set up correctly. So now we won't be floating in the sky. We won't be falling through the ground. All right, Sleepy. We will be just right. Okay, thank goodness. Now, finally, I'm going to set up a way for these limbs to get bumped. So, on the terrain, we have these obstacles. I do kind of want these to be like instanced, I would think. I guess I was trying to make a script. So you have like the detect script I would kind of like that script. I guess I could just drop it on here, right? But wait, that's not good. I guess this is where I can use a class, right? I think I need to look back at the class video. Did I close that one? Of course I did. Okay. Because I want this script to be able to be added to different things.
Did you know that Godot has the ability
That's
to create
very
custom
important to
classes?
me.
These are useful scripts that can hold variables and even functions, and can make your code more readable and extensible, leading to less bugs and more productivity. In this video, I'll be adding a feature to a small project and show how classes can make this process easier, more streamlined. Let's start by adding a new script. I'll just call mine attack.gd, and I'll start with class name attack. What this class name does is it allows any script in the project to reference this attack class.
Nice.
We'll get into that more later, but for now I'll just add 3 variables. These are attack damage, knockback force, and
Any script can reference that attack. I want that. I
attack
want that.
position.
I want it now. So I'm gonna go to this script, this detect script, and we don't even put anything on it. We just say class name detect. Is that an underscore that I'm missing? I'm missing something there. Where'd the video go? Yeah, underscore. Class underscore name attack. Or is it detect? That was the YouTube video. Class name detect. And then what I really want... Now, how am I going to add... So it said I can add a function in here. Expected identifier after class name. Oh, we don't need a colon. It said I can add a function. But how could I just add like an area... I guess it could be relative to whatever. Oh, no. On here, we want the variable, right? We want to say variable detected player, right? Detected player. And then this is going to be false by default. That's kind of what we want. What did I set up wrong? Expected end of statement after variable declaration. Found literal instead. What are you talking about? What does that mean? Expected end of statement after variable declaration. Found literal instead. I don't know what that means. Let me look that up. Expected end of statement found literal instead. Godot GD script. What did I do? What did I do? Oh, extends? Is that why? If you want, I would be happy to describe that method. But if not, then let's leave it. It's okay. I just thought I could show you something new. Oh, I'm still down. I just thought you were typing it or something. I'm still down. I'm going down this path, but as soon as you like point the direction, I will just like set the other thing aside and evaluate pivoting to what you're saying. I'm totally down. I'm here for it. You just go for it. I'm here for it. I mean, let me know how I can help, but how did I do this? How did I get this much wrong? How did I get this much wrong? Of course, I believe you. I trust you. I trust that I don't. Oh, we're fine now. Now it's fine. Maybe I just... Oh, no, it's not fine now. But at least you know it. Yeah, for sure. Okay, no, we didn't fix it. It's not fine. What am I doing wrong? Is it because... I'm very confused about what I'm doing wrong. Also, where's the video? I need to combine my tabs immediately. It's getting very confusing. Okay. Did I get rid of the video? Oh, it's in here. You're working on Bubble Boy on Unity. Oh, you're making a game in Unity? That's awesome, Duplex. Welcome. Good to see you. I love to hear that. Congratulations. Learning Unity. Let's go. Dreaming out of dreams. Yeah, that's really cool. I'm glad to see more people going from dreams to the professional engines. Because you're kind of just at a dead end on dreams.
Position.
Unless you're making art. I can't believe that I'm stuck at this point. Okay, so what if I were to say detective player, like a different, like a 2, right? That is also a problem. Is it because I'm not extending from something? But I was also just going off what the other person was doing, where they didn't have any of that extending. So I figured we'd be okay. Yeah, that doesn't... Do I not know how to set a... Okay. I'm genuinely very confused. I will give $1 million to anyone who knows what my problem is. $1 million. I don't have $1 million, and I can't give you $1 million, but I will give you $1 million, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? So this could be happening for so many different reasons. It looks like. It seems like it must be a very vague error. I've made variables in my life, ever. But I don't really understand why this is triggering it. Is it equals? Is it because it needs to be equals? Is that why? Is that person... It needs to be equals? Oh my god. Oh my god. So what's going on with this video? This must be like an old way to do it or something? Right, because the colon is what indicates like the type, right? So if I say variable Boolean bool or colon bool equals false, right? That will be accepted. If I say int, it'll be like, oh, false doesn't make sense for int, or it doesn't care. All right, it doesn't care. That's so weird. All right, anyway, variable detected player equals false. We want this to be false to start with, right? And then I want this to be updatable. So we have the class name detect. I'm going to come to my alien, or not the alien, the terrain. Well, specifically the obstacle on the terrain. And I'm going to want to put a script on that obstacle. This will be obstacle house script. I mean, I kind of would like an obstacle script, right? Like not a script that's specific to the type of object, but to any object, right? So I'd almost want to create like an obstacle and not define what it is yet. I feel like that makes more sense. So actually, let me not do that. I'm going to close this script. I'm going to detach this script. Or remove this script, rather. And then, oh no, it's detach. And then that obhouse script, I don't know where it saved it, actually. If I'm being honest. I don't even know where it lives. Well, we're just not going to worry about it. I'm going to attach a new script. Oh, it's in terrain blocks? Terrain blocks. There it is. I'm going to delete this script. Instead, create a new one, and this is just going to be obstacle. It's just going to be obstacle. That's all I'm going to call it. That's all it's going to be for. So it can work with any obstacle, right? It's too bad no one took that $1 million. That was an easy million. That was an easy million for y'all. I respect that you wanted me to figure it out on my own. That was easy money, man. All right, so now that I've made that obstacle script on here, and so actually, I don't even want to say obstacle house. I'm just going to call this obstacle. And then what I do is I'd spawn things. All right, Stormrun. What I do is I'd spawn things. So I don't really even necessarily want to have this helicopter thing yet. I'm even just going to remove it for now. I'm going to get it out of here. We're just going to stick with the pink for now. Keep it pink. And then on the obstacle script, I'm going to want to find the area, because this is extending from an area 3D. That's very important. So then we can get the area entered, right? To be on that script. So let's connect it like that. And we want to say, so now I want to make sure I connect the class to the script. So I'm going to go back to this tutorial.
We can also assign these a default value. I will autocomplete with type. Instead of passing in these 3 parameters, I'll instead pass in one attack object, which I will annotate with type attack.
So how is that being, if the class name is attack, how is that class
Blank.
attached?
That's actually all we need for this file, so I'll go back to the enemy script, and instead of passing in these 3 parameters, I'll instead pass in one attack object, which I will annotate with type attack. Annotating it as attack gives us 2 benefits. This allows us to use autocomplete, and if we try to pass anything that isn't an attack into this function, the game will throw an error.
So that's
and so we're
connecting it
guaranteed
to
that
the
the only
class?
thing passed into this function will be an attack. Of course, right now the function has errors, so instead of referencing the old variable names, I'll instead call attack.attack damage, attack.attack position,
That's all you
and
gotta do?
attack.knockback force. Going back to our weapon class, we have to change how we call the damage function. Rather than passing in the 3 parameters, we'll first start by making
That's
a new attack
amazing.
object.
So because of the annotation, it knows about the class? All right, if you say so. So could I add that as a function, as an argument to this? This seems like it's not gonna work. This isn't gonna work. Could not find type detect in the current scope. So wait, why is that? I'm missing something here. I'm missing
And if we try to
something.
pass anything that isn't an attack into this function, attack damage, going back to our weapon class, instead of passing to the no crash to be seen.
How is... There's something
So
I'm
what can we
missing.
do better? Let's start by adding a new script. I'll just call mine attack.gd, and I'll start with class name attack. What this class name does is it allows any script in the project to reference this attack class.
Okay.
We'll get into that more later, but for now I'll just add 3 variables. These are attack damage, knockback force, and attack position. We can also assign these a default value if we want, but I'll just keep mine blank. That's actually all we need for this file, so I'll go back to the enemy script, and instead of passing in these 3 parameters, I'll instead pass in one attack object, which I will annotate with type attack. Annotating it as attack gives us two benefits. This allows us to use autocomplete, and if we try to pass anything that isn't an attack into this function, the game will throw an error, and so we're guaranteed that the only thing passed into this function will be an attack. Of course, right now the function has errors, so instead of referencing the old variable names, I'll instead call attack.attack damage, attack.attack position, and attack.knockback force. Going back to our weapon class, we have to change
But
how we
how
call
does
the
it
damage
know
function.
to
Rather
find
than
the
passing in 3
class?
parameters, we'll first start by making a new attack object and assign the attack damage,
Is what
knockback
I don't
force,
understand.
and position like so. And then instead of passing in the 3 variables, we'll instead pass in just the attack object. I'll make a similar change to the tree and crate, and if we go
Something's
into the
missing
game,
here.
we can see that everything is still working fine. There's no crash to be seen. And you can see inside of the crate there's no reference to knockback at all. That's because this object doesn't want anything to do with the knockback variables, and so we don't need to specify them here. However, you can see if we call attack dot, Godot will autocomplete and suggest the attack damage, position, or knockback force. This means that we can add an arbitrary number of values to this class, and we have to change nothing at all in any of the functions that reference.
But because that class isn't even added into the node tree. It's just in the project. It's just in the project, and so therefore it can find it. Is it because, like, I could move this script, right? Like I wouldn't regret that, right? Probably. I might. If I put this in scripts, I mean, it doesn't like help it see it. Like, what are we even talking about here? Let me look this up. I don't know if this tutorial is helping me. Godot, how reference a class. Edit the file for your chosen to update. Okay. How can I write a class and define operations? At first, limitation. You can do references to other objects, but you can't static typing. What, mate? Does this work like I think it does? Because it almost seems like too good to be true. Class name keyword. Once given a class name. Once given a class name, the script is loaded into the global scope and can be referenced by the given name. That's it? The script is loaded into the global scope and can be referenced by the given name, which will allow you access to enum's constants without first loading the script. However, this doesn't escape the cyclic dependencies. Well, I believe we've defined this. You want me to say equals? You want me to put an equals in here? No, you don't like that. So, I mean, I've done this probably correctly. Maybe. But then it's like, okay, so how do I now... Let me see. If I do like a function detect... I mean, it's not like it's completing anything for me here. Right? So I don't know that it knows... How do I know that it knows that it exists? I don't know. You can only reference a class by its relative path. Okay. This is probably a pretty old
Hello,
video.
and welcome to another episode in the GDScript Fundamental Tutorial Series. In this episode, we will be talking about classes. Now, what exactly is a class? A class describes the contents
back.
of the objects that belong to it. Classes describe an aggregate of data fields such as variables and defines the operations such as methods. Now, think of a class as a blueprint for creating objects, with initial value states and implementation of behavior. Now, by default, all script files are unnamed classes. This means that you can only reference them by using the file's path name, by either using an absolute or relative path. Now, if you're not familiar with absolute and relative paths, you can think of an absolute path as basically what you would type in your operating system when you want to access a file. You start in Windows computers, you start with your data hard drive, the letter, most cases it's C, followed by your file path. And on Macs and Linux, you start with the / followed by users/name. Now, it can get pretty complicated using absolute paths all the time to let your scripts know where to find your class files. So GDScript actually makes it very easy. By using the shorthand res, res, 2 /, what you're essentially doing is telling the compiler that you want to use an absolute path that gets to your current Godot project folder. Basically, it gets you to the root folder of your GDScript project. Now, a relative path, on the other hand, will start on the folder of the file you are using it in. To start a relative path, you just simply use the dot notation. The dot notation basically tells the compiler that you want to start your file path from the current folder that your script is inside of. Now, if you want to go a folder above, you'll use 2 periods. If you want
we're just not referencing it well enough, I guess. But like, why wouldn't that other video mention that? Wouldn't it want to say that? I just have to wonder, like, did I miss something? Did I just like miss something very key here? Did nobody else try this? Is there any reason to use autoload to have global variables? Right, like maybe we should just do that. There are reasons to use autoload, but for global variables and functions, I would say class name may be better. Autoload is handy because it's essentially just adding a node to the scene tree. So if it needed to do things with hierarchy, it would be handy. Class name is very similar, but allows easy reference from other scripts. So I end up using class name more often. The main use for autoload that I've seen is for audio, where you can use that to keep the audio consistently playing between scenes. So autoload objects are persistent. It's interesting. Stormwind says, I was across the room and I guess you were watching something, but I thought the stream ended. I was, yeah. The audio came through, right? Yeah. I was watching something. I took a quick break, but yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I'm supposed to reference these things.
But if we wanted to, these variables would show up in auto.
But I'm not understanding it.
When the enemy.
It seems like I should be able to understand it. This is making it seem like it should be very obvious.
Do different things with these functions. So what
some people that know UE very well told me some things that weren't possible, but I did it. What? That sounds like an inspiring story. Like changing music that's playing. That's incredibly inspiring. What did they know? Obviously not much. Why wouldn't you be able to change the music playing?
I'll just call mine attack.gd, and I'll start with class name attack. What this class name does is it allows any script in the project to reference this attack class. We'll get into that more later, but we can also assign these a default value. And instead of passing in these 3 parameters, I'll instead pass in 1 attack object.
Like, this script is just floating out here, minding its own business, living its life. And then this other script is totally somewhere different.
Which I will annotate.
And he's somehow just referencing this thing, this attack thing.
Annotating it as attack gives us 2 benefits. This allows us to use autocomplete, and if we try to pass anything that is...
And they're not getting an error. I just don't understand it. I don't get it. And their function is called damage. Function detect. Lots of detects. but we still get this error. Expect a colon after function declaration. Oh yeah, there you go. Enjoy. No error? Still error. Could not find detect in the current scope. So it doesn't know where this is, even though I have defined this class name as detect. Like, I'm doing something really wrong. You have a level that plays a TV station as a cutscene. It goes from that music to the level background music. Then you can turn that off by selecting a song on the jukebox and back on again. A lot of people swear that the level blueprint can't be used, but it's like my main thing I use to make things work. Oh, so like somebody said, right. There seems to be a lot of misconceptions about what blueprints can do what, because it's confusing in Unreal Engine in general. You forget all the hardest way to do things. Right, like maybe it's like not intended to be used that way, but it can be. Hey, if it works, it works. If it works, it works. Sometimes that's the way to go. That's probably also something that would really help somebody, that you have that experience, you know? This is frustrating. I don't understand the problem. I just don't. Well, I mean, I can skip using classes, but why would this video talk about classes and nobody in here talk about this being an issue? Basically, what I'm trying to do is set up a class. So, well, overall, what I'm trying to do is when, and I know there's probably other ways to solve this, but I'm trying to specifically learn this one way. So there's that pink object there, and when the character interacts or bumps into that pink object, I want a message to get sent to the player to remove a body part. So that's what I'm trying to do broadly. And specifically, I'm trying to use a class name. So define a class. So I have a script floating over here, minding its own business, living its life. Do I need to put this like, maybe I need, no, I don't think I need to. No, I don't think I need to. Where I'm apparently defining this thing called a class that can be accessed anywhere, evidently. And I'm trying to access it from another script, but I have no idea how to do that. And this tutorial that taught me about it, new variable hit count, make hit count, lose a body part. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing, right? So the problem isn't necessarily that, because I am trying to do it a very certain way, and I'm curious to learn that certain way. And so on this, so in theory, right, this class has a variable here, detected player false. So then what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to call back to this script, right, from like the obstacle, and then update that variable to true, which could then be checked by the player. So pretty much what you're saying, but the difference is that it is this like global thing that can be seen, apparently. I mean, I feel like I should just use a message bus or an auto load, which is again just another way to do this. But I'm just kind of like, I'm feeling a little crazy right now because I'm not, like, I'm being told to do this, but I'm not finding a way to do it. And it's confusing me. And I'm about to just use an auto load, right? And then we could use resources too. So that's like another way. So I'm just trying to like experiment with these different ways of doing this to try to figure out what is going to be, I mean, really what's going to work. But I really wanted to try this way. I'm just not sure how it works. There's also resources, which could work, but I feel like I still need some way to communicate see if we can find another video. Godot classes. Just give me Godot classes. Yes, I've watched your video and I've found it incredibly unhelpful somehow, which I'm surprised because it seems like a helpful video. This is talking about custom resources, which I do also want. I tried that video. It was not really that helpful. This one is 20 minutes long. It's 20 minutes long.
Hi guys, how's it going? I'm
It's
back
from
with
Chaff
another video to
Games.
show you something else that I've done with my FPS game to make things a bit more your class to be visible in the editor. And when you do make a new script that needs
So do we have to extend it from something? Because this one is
to
extending from
inherit
something.
from that base class, base script is defined here. And then you'll have the functionality of
Like, was this other person just making a video explaining it? First 5 minutes is usually nonsense.
Godot are themselves classes. So all you need to do is replace the extend in Godot are themselves classes. So all you need to do is replace the extends and write the relative path to the script where it would normally be something like
What? The extents of what? Of what script in particular? With itself?
spatial or kinematic 2D. The term extends in Godot defines inheritance, so you get access to whatever base script is defined here. And then you'll have the functionality of that script in your new one. Or the other thing you can do right after the
You know, I don't know if that's true for this
and
one,
write the relative
Stormrun.
path.
I think this one has got some sense.
This feature to make swapping guns as easy as changing the mesh. What is a class? A class is an extensible blueprint for creating objects, providing initial values for state and implementations of behavior. In Godot, it's really easy to create your own class. By default, all scripts that you create in Godot are themselves classes. So all you need to do is replace the extends
Usually.
and write the relative path to the script where it would normally be something like spatial or kinematic 2D. The term extends in Godot defines inheritance, so you get access to whatever base script is defined here.
But what script are you doing that on? An unsaved one? So you've made some new unsaved script, and you're saying it extends from that. But what extends
Defines
from it?
inheritance.
Why are these
so
all
you get
so
access to
confusing?
whatever base script is defined here. And then you'll have the functionality of that script in your new one. Or the other thing you can do is right after the inheritance, you can define the class name and even an icon. That will allow your class to be visible in the editor. And when you do make a new script that needs to inherit from that base class, you can simply write extends and the name of that class. So in my case, it extends gun. Or you can even add that element from the editor itself. The reason for this, in my case, is that all guns or weapons, I could consider abstracting this further, will have common elements. There is a number of signals that they will all need to emit, and a number of variables that they'll all have in common. For example, how much ammo does the gun have? What's the maximum capacity? What kind of weapon is it? As I stated in my last video, I'm only allowing the player to hold a set number of weapons. And how can I identify it in code?
Something is
That's
not
what the
adding
UID
up
is.
here.
So all of the guns have these variables in common, and all I need to do when I'm making a new weapon is define these variables. Notice that these variables don't have default values, so when you make a new gun, you need to define what they are in the editor. Then after that, we need to look at the main functions
I
of the
get
class.
that.
These are the action functions, as I'm calling them. These are the virtual functions of the gun class and will need to be overwritten when creating a new gun. They can be called in any way you want, but I've designed them with player input in mind,
This
obviously.
isn't helpful.
One of the most powerful reasons for this, at least in my experience, is that not all the guns need to have these inputs in place. For example, a pistol probably
Teach me. Teach me. I don't wanna be like shown. I wanna be taught. But I'm not feeling very taught. I'm feeling shown. Do you know what I mean? Alright, I like this person.
Alright guys, Shopify here. Welcome to another tutorial in my GD script series. So we're going to talk about classes today, and to define a class, we go to, let's first do new script. Let's call this mat, for example, or let's call it
Okay, new
test mat.
script.
Now in the test mat class, we're actually extending the node class, so we're not going to use that, so let's delete all of it. And let's add a function. So func add, for example, with n1 and n2, number 1 and number 2. And we could just return n1 plus n2. Hit save here. Now to access the class, come back here in the node. All we have to do now is create a variable var and call this mat equals load, and good load test mat class, and then say new. So this creates a new class, and we could now use it here and say print mat add 10 plus 20. It's
Interesting.
Let's turn these on. There you go. There you go. 30. So this works as it is, but if you want to have if you don't want to use a path, you could come back in the mat class, and up top you can define a class name. So you use a keyword class name, and let's call it testmat, same as before. And you can save and go back here. Instead of doing all of this, just say testmat.new, and that works the same here. Run again. Here you go. 30. And then to even go further, instead of making this function needing to be instance, you could use static. So we have a static function here, and this will give an error, or not actually. Then now we don't have to call new in here, and this should work just the same. Or we could use it directly. So go back here, turn that, get rid of this. There you go. Now to define inner classes, all you have to do is use a class keyword. So class, let's just use mat again. So test mat, or let's just use.
This is
then
intriguing.
we could put the add here. So we could say func. Alright, so now we can say var, new test mat, or let's call it mat again. Then new test mat, new. Then we could say print add, say 30 and 70, so 100. There you go. Now whenever you call a new keyword, we're actually calling
The examples are
it's
down
a
in the
built-in,
output.
function, kind of like a
By the way.
constructor. So for example, let's go back here. Let's clear this up. Put it ready here for now, or pass me. So in a class, you call
Okay, let me roll it back here.
30 plus 20 class, and we could now use it here and say print, and could load test mat.
So they're
Let's
making
call it
two
mat class. We
scripts.
go to, let's first do new script. Let's call this mat, for example.
Or they have a node. They have a script on a node here. And then they're going to create a new script. So we too have a script on a node. And that's our obstacle script. Right here, living its life, minding its business, not doing anything. Okay. And then we have our new script here. We have a variable that's currently being set to false. And that's it.
Let's call it test
He's
mat.
going to make some
Test mat
math
class. We're actually
happen.
extending the node
Which
class,
is
so
cool.
we're not going to use that, so let's delete all of it. And let's add a function. So func add, for example, with n1 and n2, number 1 and number 2. And we could just return n1 plus n2. Hit save here. Now to access the class.
Now on
come back.
this, now he's not defining a name or anything. It's just literally just a blank page with just this math
Here
happening.
in the node, all we have to do now is create a variable var and call this mat equals load, and good load test mat class, and then say
All right. So what I could do on my object script is say, so we have on area entered. Well, I want it to update that variable technically, but let's not worry about that right now. Hey DNF, thank you for the thumbs up and thank you for the well wish. I appreciate it. I wish you well, and I hope you are doing well. Good evening to you. Good evening to you. I am trying to set up some obstacle detection between my character in this game and the obstacles that are there. And there's different ways I could approach this, and one way I'm very intent on approaching it is by using classes. But I'm trying to learn how to do classes, and I'm feeling a little gaslit, not on purpose, but by tutorials that are just like, you just do this and then it'll work. And I'm like, okay, but like, why does that not make any sense? So I think I found a tutorial that might help me. We'll see. And yeah, I'm basically trying to get some like global information in this scene to communicate between scripts. And I want to set it up nicely now, so when I add more enemies and obstacles in here, it will be easier, but we'll see. So for that, I'm doing well, but I'm feeling nicely, gently frustrated by trying to solve this problem that I feel like should be much easier to solve. But I think we'll get there eventually. Overall, I'm doing really well. How you doing? Okay, so this is, I want to say, so we're creating a variable to load. I guess I don't really need to do this here. I could put this up here, right? We could say variable detect equals load. Now this is just an example of one way to do this. And then we can drag the script in here. And then I believe what we can say.
See, new. So this creates a new class, and we could now
Dot
use it here.
new.
Secret, Matt.
That creates a new class. I feel like this is the missing key here, is this dot new situation. Now in the function, I'm gonna say, we'll do ready, so it's not all the time. In the function, I'm gonna say indeed print, and then we can say
10 plus 20.
Detect. Just like tell me, right? So there's that. We've defined it. Nice. Okay, good. Now that's not gonna do much. I don't know what that's gonna do, if I'm being honest. Looks like we have something else printing. We have something else. Whoops, I gotta clean up my prints. Let me come back to the player. Where do we got some printing happening in here? Maybe that's on the terrain, actually. There it is. I'm just gonna comment this out. Alt K, Control K. There we go. I'm sure you will solve it. It's probably something simple. I feel like it is something simple. I feel like it is something simple. And it's like, how has this not already been more obvious? Yeah, you're right, DNF. Thanks for the encouragement. I appreciate that. I like how you asked me how I was. I asked you how you were. You asked me how I was, then I asked you how you was. Sorry for asking how you were again after you already asked, after you already told me. I'm glad you're doing good. Sleepy says, just finished the tutorial. It's good, but the platform movement is a bit slow, or should I say stutters a lot. Oh, yeah? Yeah, you know, we did a little tweaking, so, you know, maybe check out. I was like, oh, you're like, I'm good. I'm like, how are you? Yeah, check out the video that we did last week, because there were some problems that I had to solve there. And, you know, I had it so we could change the speed and modify it a little bit. You'll get there, because, you know, it's... And then also, you know, depending on, like, the collision that you have, it might stutter or something. It's tricky. It was a little tricky to get set up. But you can check out the live stream, click around through there. I haven't got around to put chapters in these live streams. Someday that would be nice, but that takes a lot of time. But if you click around, you should be able to find the part where I'm like watching that video and I'm following it and we're adjusting the code. DNF says, I made Monday's pie yesterday for me and my housemates and we all enjoyed it. That's lovely. A little family time. A little chosen family. I love that. You treated them. They're lucky to have you as a roommate, I assume. So what I actually want to print is something else. But, so we got that out. But I'm kind of curious to see what this prints, honestly. Oh, it's still printing numbers. I thought I commented that out. I guess I commented something else out. Let me just search for the prints. Oh, that's the terrain velocity. Let me comment that out as well. There we go. Okay, so it is printing a reference of some such, but I want to be a little more specific there to make sure it's working. I want to say print. I mean, specifically what I want to print is the variable that's contained in there is what I want it to print. And the variable that's in there is called detected player. All right, no error. So it should say false if I've done this correctly. It does! I knew I just needed to find the right tutorial. I love this YouTuber. I have found them to be one of the more helpful ones on YouTube for Godot. This is Chevifire. Chevifire. I find them really helpful. Give them a subscribe because, like, I really get a lot of help from their videos. They just give really solid examples and show you every step of the way. I really appreciate that. Now, this is a less ideal way to do it. So we're in good shape because now I'm grabbing this. We've pretty much got it now. This is just like kind of a clumsy way of doing it. But we're communicating between these two scripts. And they're not even, one of them's not even in the scene tree. I love that. That's wonderful. This is good news.
Let's fix it real quick. Save. Let's turn these on. There you go. There you
It's
go.
excellent
So
news.
this works as it is, but if you want to have your, if you don't want to use a path, you could come back in the mat class, and up top you could just define a class name. So you use a keyword class name, and let's call it testmat, same as before. And you can save and go back here. Instead of doing all of this, just say testmat.new, and that works the same here.
Okay, so I think that's what we were missing is the .new, and that's why things weren't working before, at least in part. So now we can say detect. Oh, it's auto-completing. Let's go. And so it should say false down here. It does. Beautiful. I don't know why it says it 4 times, but it says it. And so then we could test that further. I could come over here and I could make this true now. All right, just to make sure it is dynamic. And now it says true. Let's go. Okay, cool. Dude, that's so useful. Yo, classes are amazing. Okay, so that's pretty much what we want to do. But now I don't want to just read from it. I want to actually say when the area is entered, then we want to update it. So I actually want this to be, honestly, printing it. So detected player. I want it to be printing it more often so we can see it update, I guess. Or we could have it update when it happens. That would probably be easier. Let's actually do that. And we'll say pass. So when it sees the player or an area go through it, which there's still some things to think about, like which area. You know, there's some things to think about. But for now, let's just say this. I want it to, I don't actually know how to do this, if I'm being honest. How do I update a variable on a class? I don't know how to do that. Wait, that's not, I don't know if that's what a class is for. Can you update? Because I feel like it's like a constant. Dude, I think these are constants. Wait a minute. Wait. I don't think this is gonna work. I don't think we can communicate with it, per se. I mean, we could try it. So I could say variable, how do I even type that? Variable detect. It's kind of confusing. Because I want to say, wait. Maybe I can put it as an argument in here. I mean, it is allowing the argument to be passed in there. Detected player equals true. Is that gonna work? Is that gonna work? I feel like we're just creating a variable within this function. But maybe I'm wrong. And then after that, print it. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Definitely did not seem to work. So we might need to, because I don't even know if the on area entered thing is working. We should try. Someone said add a breakpoint. Definitely a good idea. So this should, if we add a breakpoint here, the game should stop when we hit that object if this is gonna work. But I will say, oh, this isn't connected to a function anymore. Oh, okay. So we have a problem. We have a problem. Let me get back to that terrain block here. Open up the script. Now it does say it's connected somewhere. I'm going to disconnect it. And I'm going to reconnect it. There it goes. Okay, so now it's connected again. Okay. So at least now I see that it's connected. We have the green arrow here. So that's a good sign. I do see the debugger is doing something. So right now it's at 9, the debugger. And if I collide with it, it goes to 10. That's good. That means something is working. The parameter detect is never used in the function on area. Error calling from signal entered. Method expected 0 arguments, but called with 1. So I feel like I'm making some kind of mistakes here with this argument. I'm messing up something here. So my question then is just like, how do I don't think I can update GDScript update variables on classes. That's not gonna work, right? Question about class variables. Okay, this maybe is not what I want. Can class variables be modified? Any object can change the value of a class variable, but class variables can also be manipulated without creating an instance of a class. That's Java. That's Java. See, now they're saying singleton and autoload, which is another way to do this. So I think if we want to... I think we want to use autoloads. I mean, this has been very interesting and useful, but I don't think this is the way we really want to do this. I don't think this is the way we want to do it. So here's what I'm going to do. This has been very interesting. I'm glad I went down this path of trying to figure out class stuff. But I think it's time that we don't. Because I think classes, and you know, I can confirm with this video, but I feel like the classes and referencing them globally is good for constants, but not for a variable, something that actually is going to change.
Instead of
but maybe I'm wrong.
Needing to be instance, you could use static. So we have a static function here, and this will give an error, or not actually. Then now we don't have to call new in here, and this should work just the same. Or we could use it directly. So go back here. That.
Because how am I going to tell that how am I going to... Maybe I can give it one more chance. Maybe I can give it one more chance. Thoughty says, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Maybe what I wrote was misunderstood in relation to the fact that I wanted to help, or I misunderstood something. Unfortunately, my English is not good enough. I'm trying to use a translator for streams as well. That's why it happens that I don't express something well in English. I'm sorry if I wrote something wrong. Oh, you're good. So what I thought you were saying earlier, by the way, Thoughty, was that you have a way to do this that you wanted to show me. And so I was just waiting for you to tell me what that way is. And then when you did, I would stop doing what I'm doing and look at that. But the way that I'm operating is I keep moving, you know? So it's like, okay, I have an idea of how to do this. I'm going to keep trying it. But you're welcome to interrupt me, right? And just like, tell me what your way is. I'll look at it and be like, okay, let's try that, right? So that is to say, please let me know. Like, literally, let me know. We're all good. Everything's good. Just let me know. Let me know. I'm here. I'm reading the chat. You got this. It's all good. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for, like, making sure we understand each other. So maybe this like new thing, right? I mean, if I define this here, it's just like, how do I... And with the other example this person gave, they have like as an argument, because they loaded in this as a variable up here, they can say math, it'll check this, and then a parenthesis in there. So I wonder if we could say this, if we could say, like just straight up math, or not math, detect dot, oh, and then it comes up with detected player, which is interesting. Like that doesn't make sense, right? It's interesting that it lets me complete it with detected player. Oh, then could I say this becomes true? Does that work? Does that work? And then if it does, it should print it as well. It worked! We don't have to switch it. Never mind. Classes are the way. We can do this. It's not constants on classes. So it says true. So right now it's false, right? So if I say print the detected player value right here in ready. So print it when the game starts. So it's going to immediately print false. Why is it not updating? Oh, it's over there. There it is. False. So there's false, right? Bam, false. So it started out false. And then as soon as I hit this pink block, bam, true. Dude, classes are pretty cool. I definitely need to reference this video in the description because this video just saved me. Now, there's still the method that Thoughty is talking about, which I'm intrigued by and interested in. But I will say, this provided a very valuable thing. See, backseating is welcome. Backseating is very welcome here. You must know this. It is welcome. Doesn't mean I'll always take your advice, but I'd love to hear it. Blender plus Godot tutorials, and then I'm also going to say Godot class tutorial by, what was it, Chevifier? Super useful tutorial. Every streamer reacts differently. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm kind of weird in that way. Some people do get pretty upset about it, truth be told. Or at least ignore it, right? I mean, I feel like most streamers aren't even as interactive as I am, right? Like, read every message and respond to every message, which is understandable. But, you know, to me, the only, like the only rule I have is, like, be nice. Like, if you're not nice... There are some other rules that I don't need to mention unless they become relevant. But the main one is be nice. Be nice. You know, someone comes through here and they're like, your code sucks. Why are you doing it so bad? Like, I'll be like, get out of here. Get the heck out of here. You know, if you have a suggestion, you know, if you were to come in here and say your code would be better if you did it this way and you can explain how to do it, well, okay, I'm here. Let's go. Let's go. I'm down. But what irritates me is if people are just here just to be mean. You know, that I don't appreciate. Oh, that's nice of you to say, Thoughty. Sleepy says, got the stuttering down, just had to get rid of the vector. Nice, let's go. Yay, I'm so excited that you were inspired to try it. Endless rounders are cool. We got this tutorial that I just looked at that helped me understand classes. I just put that in the description, so there is that. That's wonderful. And yeah, so now that I'm updating that variable on here, I now want to check that variable elsewhere. So I'm going to get rid of the printing. Now we do need to make it false again, right? So it detects the player, but then we need it to become false. So we want it to be true momentarily. You know, and then I would want it to like do some stuff on the player, and then it can turn it back to false. So we'll keep it true for now, but we are going to need it to go back to false at some point here. Feel like to do an endless bike runner? Whoa, that sounds fun. I like that. That's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. That sounds like a fun game because you can see the wheels spinning. And you're like, you feel like you're like riding. It's a good idea. So now that that's updated, now on the player, I want something to happen. Now, the other thing is, okay, something entered, but how do we know which thing entered, right? So I'm going to come back to the player here. And I'm thinking that we just check to see which one, like timing, like at the same time. That's going to be a little confusing. Like if there's multiple things and then if they're unsetting it, this is going to get complicated. This is going to get complicated. We might have some issues here because, like, think about it, right? Like, there's the left leg and the right leg. So the left leg can set this off if we hit the pink thing. So the left leg hits the pink thing. That could set it off. But that wasn't necessarily the right leg. Well, what if it's both? What if you hit both legs, right? And so somehow the leg itself, we need to have a way to be checking to see which leg got hit. And so if, you know, both get hit, I don't know. I mean, and it could also be like a timing thing, right? So if there's one object there, but what if they're close together? You know? Will it catch them all? Vehicle body, here I come. Let's go. Oh, I've never played with that. That's like something, that's like an actual default in here, isn't it? Nice. Nice. I haven't played with that. I bet it's great though. Nice. I think somebody did it in one of our game jams, used that, and it was like amazing. I was like, how did you make this in 1 hour? They're like, Godot has it. There's a script in the blocks? Yes, Thoughty. So I have the obstacle script. I only have one block set up this way for right now. So, and I'm just calling it obstacle. So we have the obstacle block, and I'm thinking I just instance this, right? And then I can like have multiple blocks with this script or something. And it's just called obstacle right now. I don't know. I don't know if this is like I'm seeing in my head a little bit how this could be a bad thing. Or maybe not ideal. I mean, because let's say I want to make it a different kind of obstacle and add enemy stuff to it, right? Like now it has the obstacle script. So this is the obstacle script. But if I want to make it an enemy that has an obstacle property, that has the property of obstacles, it kind of doesn't make sense anymore. But that's hopefully where the class thing goes. So we have the detect, which I could name better. We have the detect script, or class, and that's just floating. We have the detect out here, and then that would be, so if I had an enemy, or something that could shoot, right, different than just a static object, you know, we could add the detect stuff in there. I don't know, I'm still kind of just playing with it at this point. It sucks in 3.4, but I haven't tested it for 4.0. Oh, okay. Well, maybe it's better. I don't know. I hope so. If you write a class name obstacle line below the first line, that will be the custom obstacle class. Right. You can add again and again as a node from the nodes. Right. So I don't necessarily need to have, I see. And then you can connect area entered signal at ready for all your blocks. to detect the body parts. I see what you're saying. So the obstacle script, we can say class name. I got you. Thank you for helping me piece that together. That's very helpful. Class name, obstacle. I should probably name these better. You had a good suggestion. No, you just said obstacle. So class name obstacle. So now this is obstacle. So I don't need to have the obstacle script on the obstacle. Instead, so I can detach this script. Well, I guess the only thing is, so then I have the area, the on area entered. So I guess that was my only question about that. I guess I don't need to have it be explicitly connected, because I have the on area connected, but I imagine as soon as I detach this script from here, so then I'm going to add a new script onto this obstacle. The nodes need the script, but it will be attached automatically. The nodes, I'm a little confused by that. So am I doing the wrong thing? If I attach a new script, when you add from the nodes. I know there's a language barrier, so don't worry, I'm not stressed. But, I don't understand. So if I say, this is obstacle 1. It's okay. Totally fine. Logging off, you got some work to do. Thanks for the good time. Yeah, absolutely, Sleepy. It was nice hanging with you. Welcome to Hyper Game Dev. Good luck with your prospects and your projects. And yeah, thanks for stopping in, Sleepy. Take good care. I'll see you next time. So if I was in here and I set up a variable that click the add node button above scene tree. Okay. All right. Are you saying classes will be in here? No, that's not what you're saying. I'll find the obstacle node. Did I mess it up because I deleted it? Save the script. Okay, here's the script. It's right here. I've called it class name obstacle. And then it's over here in my file system in the scripts folder. Or scripts folder, obstacle. Class name obstacle. Now here it says extends area 3D. I don't really want that in here, do I? I kind of want to get that. But then if it doesn't extend, will this work? Folder doesn't matter. Okay. This is something different though. This navigation obstacle, that's something different. Extends area 3D is good. That is needed. Why is it not popping up then? Because this is something else. It would be an obstacle. What is an area 3D? Right. That makes sense. It's not popping up though in here. Why not? Save the script again. Isn't it saved? Okay, I saved it. Okay, I saved it. Whoa! Oh, so that was needed. Oh, nice! There it is! What? Nice. Nice. Very nice. Oh, cool. Okay. Okay. All right. So this is cool. So then I now have my own node. I've made my own node. My very own node. And I can just add this places. Cool. Every node is a class. Apparently, so are scripts. Or potentially, anyway. So then what you were saying is... you can add it again and again as a node from the nodes. And you can connect area entered signal at ready for all of your blocks. Nice. So then would this be just like... so like if I have... okay. So let's say something is an enemy. Now I do need to make sure there's a collision shape in there. But if something... so I'm going to come back over here. Area entered, connect, check area in ready. Or check area is a function area. I think I understand that. And this will, even though it doesn't have the little connected, it'll work. I should put the printing back in here. Print, detect, detected player. So I have like a, okay. But so this comes with a script attached to it. I'm a little confused how to make this work for me, right? I mean, I see that it comes with the script attached. And that's the same script here. All right, yeah, please. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your help. I appreciate it. You don't have to do it, but you're doing it, and I really appreciate it. Because the other thought I had is that I set up, so like in here, we're setting up the detect class. And so if I, instead of setting up detect, I set up obstacle. Call it an obstacle. Create a function func check area in the function print area. Create a function func check area. All right. In the obstacle class? Okay. Function check area argument, and then we want to say print area. Oh, cool. So then that'll tell us what area is seen, maybe is what you're saying. Because that's already inherent. Oh, and so you're saying that's how we don't need, that's why we don't need the on area entered function, is I think what you're saying. And then I don't need to have this detect script at all. The area variable will be your body part. What entered to the obstacle. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so let me detach this script. And then... and this is, I guess, functionally the same thing. If I add the obstacle script to this node, it's basically the same thing as this one that I added from the node scene tree. All right, let's see what we got. Connect it in the... Ready? Whoa. What? Something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. I don't know what that was, but it was horrifying. Okay, so in ready, we're going to say area entered connect check area. What was that? Was like, that's not going to happen again, right? Okay, good. That was wild. Oh, non-existent function instantiate. What? That is some old thing. What? That is such an old... We had that error like last week. What broke? Oh gosh. I'm wishing I had GitHub. I knew I should have set up GitHub. I am extremely confused about what has broken. Non-existent function instantiate in base script. Oh, is there a breakpoint or something? Did I just like add a breakpoint in somewhere? Is that what happened? That's it. I put a breakpoint somewhere and I don't know where it is. So I need to go find that. Remove all breakpoints. Godot. I think that must be what's happening. I know, but like, delete all of them. Breakpoints. Go to breakpoints. Okay. Where's go to? Where is go to? This is an interesting situation, to be sure. Control Shift F9. That didn't do anything. That didn't do anything. All right, I gotta go through all the scripts. I gotta find this breakpoint that's somewhere in here. Like, that has to be what's going wrong here. Checking all the scripts, checking all the scripts. And I guess I could just hit continue. This is one of my least favorite problems. What have I done? What have I done? We didn't do things that affect these parts of the game. Right, I know. I know. Exactly. Maybe comment it? Yeah, okay. I could also just detach the script for now. So it's still throwing me this problem. It has to be right here. I mean, if I hit continue, the game goes on. So, I mean, it has to be in here somewhere. But there's no breakpoints. Invalid call. Non-existent function instantiate. We had this problem last week. Well, I guess I gotta pull up last week's video. What is in the block array? Nothing. It's empty. And so it gets, stuff gets added in there. The blocks, so the blocks get added in there. The blocks that spawn get added into that array. You can't instantiate an empty item. So somehow the terrain stopped being in there? I didn't like rename it or anything. It has the same name. Oh, I see what happened. Look. Wait, no, I don't. Wait, maybe I do. Maybe it's because I put a script. I think I know what happened. Because I think when I added that node via the scene tree, right? We looked it up in here. I think that added a script. Or I added a script. Oh, not when I added it from this. Not this. I created a script within the folder that goes into that array. And so it's trying to load the script instead of the scene. And so that's causing it to have an issue. So I need to move this outside of that folder. I bet you it works now. Interesting. Thank you. Thank you for, like, being able to look at my code and, like, figure out, okay, can't instantiate if there's nothing in the array. And it's like, oh, there's something in the array that's not supposed to be in there because the array is pulling from this folder. There's not supposed to be a script in there. That's why it wasn't working. Whew. Okay. Rewind. So, you had us set it up so it'll print what body part hits an object. Okay, let's see if that works. First, I have to reattach the script. Okay, script is reattached. Here we go. Let's see if it prints it. My goodness. Okay. Nice! It does! Look! It says leg left, leg right. Let's go. Well done, Fati. Okay. We got there. It took some bumps and some twists, but we got there. Nice. Okay, cool. So now, awesome, amazing. I need to, like, I mean, this is beyond consultant, both you and Psychonic, but this is quite helpful. I do have a credits list. I do like to keep track of the help that people contribute to this project, so when I put it out there, we can make sure everybody gets love for those contributions. We do have Thought T on there for the Godot consultant, as well as Psychonic Joe. And yes, consultant, but I will also add, that's what GC is. I just only started doing GC later on. So these are all GCs. This is important. We must keep track. We must keep track. We'll keep coding consultant. I'll do it the first time. And then for the others, I'll type it out. Okay, and then for Thoughty, we gotta add something extra in here. Obstacle detection. Like, we can be super specific with this. Super helpful. Now you can make obstacles that check the body parts with a single custom class. Yeah, this is awesome. This is super awesome. So amazing. Thank you. Thank you. So then my next thought is, okay, so we know what body part hits it, when it hits it. Now I need to communicate that information back to the body part, right? So I would think that, really appreciate it so much. So with this obstacle script, I would think that, well, I mean, there's a lot of things I'm thinking about here. There's a lot of things I'm thinking about. Like, I mean, if I want to send this information, I think I would want to go to the character, right? So come to the character, the player script. Which at the moment just has all the input stuff. I guess we could do the detected areas. I could put the script on detected areas, potentially. Let's call it detected body for now. Not a great name, but I suppose it'll do. And in here, I'll say, variable obstacle. You can use global singleton for global reference to the player autoload. So why not use the classes? A global reference to the player. So I thought we were doing something instead of using singletons and autoload. But you're saying we're doing something that can be an addition. Or you can create a custom class to the body parts. Okay, either works. Right. So I'm going to say obstacle equals obstacle.new on here. And then we're gonna check what the body part is. I mean, I guess I could also put this on each body part. You know, right now I have this, so we have like the node that's containing all the body parts. I'm putting it on a script on there, but I wonder if it wouldn't be better to have it on each individual body part, declaring this class or pulling from this class and then getting that information and say, am I the one that is detected by this? Or we could do like a match or something, you know, like match, put it on all body parts. All right. So maybe not do the top level node. And create an export variable. Oh. Export variable player character body 3D. So then we're defining, okay, this is interesting. This is interesting. This is definitely the kind of workflow I'm still getting used to, and I don't know off the top of my head. So I appreciate you helping me, because I'm really guessing, and your guidance is very helpful. So if I just get rid of this script, right? So I'm going to detach it. I'll get rid of that script that I started for now. and on the body part itself, so the area 3D here, I'll attach a script, and this will be for the area body. I don't really care about the area body right now. I do actually. Eventually I do. But let's start with the leg. So the right leg, attach a script, right leg script. So we have a separate script for each part. Create references in Godot isn't easy, but if you try to use the object-oriented way, it will be really easy and short. Right, so you're talking about like inheritance stuff. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. Yeah, and that's kind of what, like, one of the videos we were looking at was saying. That doing it that way. Yeah. And that's what I want to set up, is I want to set up that less easy way and get used to that and learn it and get in the habit of that. So that way we have this foundation for adding things later. Yeah. Okay. So what I'm going to want to do is check the obstacle script on each body part. And you're saying create an export variable, player character body 3D. And that's going to, so what's the, why are we doing that? I'm not sure. I'd like to hear more about that if you want to talk about it, but no pressure to. So if I'm on this body part, I would want to check to see, am I the one that was seen, right? And if I am the one that was seen, then get rid of me. Now, I don't think there's like any way I can, I don't know, maybe I can call a function from that obstacle script. So there's the obstacle script. And we have area entered, check area. The check area function, and that's printing the area. So maybe we can reference this function somehow. From the body part. So I might want to say obstacle. Oh, look! Check area. Let's go. We can. We can. We can do it. And then in here, I don't know exactly what I'm saying in here. So I guess we do want to put the area argument in there, maybe? No. What does this do? What is this argument? What is it? What kind of argument does it want here? Too few arguments. Expected at least one. I mean, there it says area. But, like, what kind of argument does it want? So maybe I would want to say, I mean, I just have no idea. Yeah, so I'm kind of lost there. The signal used that argument. Okay. So let me see if I can find someone else who can help too, so we can supplement this. reference function from class argument GD script. And so that's if anything comes up with taking advice from chat, is just like, especially since I'm so new, right? Sometimes it's like I can get to a point and it's like, uh-oh, now I don't know where to go from here. I'm like, you know, being like led through a maze, and then like now I don't know where I am. And so like I can try to figure out my way from there sometimes. But this one I don't know. Because it wants too few arguments for check area call. Expected at least one, but receive 0. But what does it want? Like, what kind of thing does it want? I mean, in the original, I mean, I would think it would just, like, do this, right? Or something. I don't know. It's like, at that point, I just have no idea what it wants from me. 1. Like, what? Oh, that satisfies. A 1. Well, it's just 1. Obstacle check area 1. Try to get the player export variable. Oh, okay. I forgot about that stat. And you're saying do that on here, so we do this up here. Thank you for reminding me. I just forgot. And I wasn't really sure where you meant for that to go. Create at export, but I see now you meant here. At export variable player character body 3D. I've done this. I've done this. This has been done. Wrong line. Oh. I mean, that doesn't go in here. That would be nuts. Imagine. Imagine. So wait, where does it go? It's tough, you know? It's tough. And that's, so that's kind of like red line. Down here? I should put it down here? I did it well. Oh, delete the red line. I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Delete the red line. Gotcha. Okay. Understood. Understood. Okay. All right. Yep. I see. Yep, that makes sense now. All right, I gotcha. All right. And so, you know, if I create the export variable, right? So now in the inspector, we'll be able to assign. I would assume I'm assigning this, like if I were to guess. Now you can see this body part properties. Yeah. Yeah. So now we have the character. I trust this was for a reason. I truly do. I truly do. It's so great that it's coming together. And you can reference for the player from the obstacle with area.player. Oh. So in the obstacle script with area.player, you Reference for the player from the obstacle. I believe you. I don't know how to do that. Print area player. In check area. In here. And that'll only be for that leg. So for the right leg, you're saying, is where that will work. Doing some stuff in the background. Nice, Storm Run. A dot? Oh, that's not a colon. My vision, sorry. Alright, sweet. Alright, Storm Run, thanks for checking in. Oh, cool. So if the left leg hits it... Whoa. Oh, I see. Because that information, it didn't work because we don't have area player set up on the other ones. So I would need to take this script and add it to the rest of the body parts. Yeah. All right. Dude, I gotta get this default stuff out of here. All right. So then what we're gonna do is we'll attach a script. That's really helpful. It's really helpful, you know, if people walk me through it and are willing to like stick through that. Like, I'm all for it. Literally, I only appreciate it. You know, and so I see what's happening. I'm still not sure how it all comes together. You know, to like send the message, but I'm all for this setup, and I see I'm with you so far. And I appreciate this help. Like, it's so much more confusing to figure out on my own. Then take a closer look at sometime. It may not be completely understandable at first. It's like, I mean, I understand. Well, I guess the next step. It's the next step that I'm not sure of. All right, so now there's a few interesting things happening. The left leg's returning some null statement somehow. Let me adjust my zoom a little bit here. I don't know what that is exactly. Let me add a higher obstacle as well. It might even be a good idea to like stretch this out. What if I just duplicate it though? Let me put it up higher. Then we can see the other body parts. Oh, it's too high. That was too high. Not that high. A lot less high than that. Pull that down. Just a bit. Go, alien, go. Oh, it's kind of far over still. I gotta bring it way down. I don't know. It might hit multiple things. We'll see. So that's got null as well. The right leg. Oh, I see why. I know why. I'm sorry. I feel silly. I didn't define the export variable. I see that now. All right? I see that now. I'm hip to it. All right, character body 3D, character body 3D. So then the next thing, so we can see that it sees both the player because we export that variable. Okay, this is interesting. So I see that because we're exporting the variable, it's able to, we're printing proof that it knows what it's hitting, and it knows what thing we want to send more information to. And so then I guess it just comes down to, how do we connect the information of what was hit to the thing? So on the obstacle, I mean, I would guess, based on the way we're setting this up, that should happen on the obstacle script, right? So right now we're just checking the area, and we have these two things. We have area, what was hit, the obstacle, right? Yes. What's your question? But yeah, because with the area.player, so what we could say is, I guess what I want to do is somehow communicate back to the body part that now that you've been hit, disappear. Except for the body. I don't want that to happen with the body. But with the arms and the legs, I want to say that once they're hit, make them disappear. So, I mean, even though we're printing the area, it's like, now I need to learn, what do I do with that area? So if I say like area visible, or maybe like hide or something, does that, will that work? Probably not. Because that's not going to necessarily make it not visible, since it's not like the top layer. Maybe you need +1 export variable, the body mesh. So just to be clear, what you've helped me do is ensure that the obstacle knows what it hit and who what it hit belongs to, which means we have access to the script on the who it hit, which is the player, and we have access to the body part. I guess I'm not really sure still why we need to do the character thing. I guess I do see why, because, well, what we really want to do is we want to get to the alien, right? And this instant scene. So on the alien, or in the character body 3D, we have this alien scene, and on here is where the meshes are for the body parts. And so what I really want is to hide these. So if I, and not only do I want to hide them, but I want their collision to stop, right? So it's two things. So I could even skip that for now and just say, make the collision, so leg right collision, go away. So even though we put this on the area, right? So if I want the leg collision to go away, so that way, and actually, I guess I'd want them both to go away. So left leg and right leg go away, and then we can see the body fall down. Click on the alien scene in the character body with right mouse and click editable children. What? Say what? Editable children. What? What? I didn't know you could do that. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's such a helpful tip. So now instanced scenes. Dang, that's a helpful tip. That's a helpful tip. We've had a couple helpful tips. That was a really good tip. And so now these instance scenes, or these nodes on the instanced scene, are now accessible from the main scene. That's pretty cool. You can browse the mesh to export variable of same area. You can browse the mesh to export variable of same area. I think I still get confused on the export variable parts of it. Leg area to leg mesh. Right, so on here... Oh, I see. So we would want this, we would want to say export variable like mesh or something, and then call this not static, but mesh instance 3D. Am I doing this right? Am I doing it right? And then once that becomes available, oh, I forgot to set this up. I'm doing it right. Let's go. So now we have mesh here. And then I'll put this as left leg. Save it. Yeah, saving does seem like a good idea. I really gotta get GitHub set up. I need to put that on my list of things to do. GitHub! Browse them. Okay, so I'm gonna say over here, same thing. Set up for all of them. Mesh instance 3D. I'll put this on each one. I don't want the body to be able to go away yet. Maybe someday. Maybe someday, but not today. You know, that could be something different. I mean, you know, what I would imagine eventually is that the body could take damage and then you would die. So it could like blood splatter. It could turn into like an animation or something. So we could put it on here, but I don't really need it at this point. But maybe someday. And this one's actually going to have, the body is going to have two meshes. So this is like mesh 1, and then it's actually going to have a mesh 2. Oh wait, no, it only has one mesh. Just kidding. That might be later on down the road. It's interesting. I'm going to have to think back to this. Like, this won't be the last I see of a lot of this. That's for sure. Okay, so we got that here, there, there. So now for each one, the right arm. Arm right. Okay. Come over here, assign arm left. This is very interesting. I'm learning a lot. Leg left. This honestly reminds me of using Unreal Engine a little bit. Like, it was also difficult to learn communicating between things in Unreal Engine. Between, like, scripts. And once I kind of got the hang of it, it got a lot easier. But I just kind of had to, like, do it. And you're helping me, like, just do it and get that hang of it, which I really appreciate. Maybe one script is enough for all body parts. I was kind of thinking that, yeah. I was wondering about that. And then what, putting that on the top level node or something? I wasn't sure because, you know, since... Okay, so now all of them have... That one's right, that one's left, that one's leg left, that one's leg right, and there's body. Because I was thinking, since... Not a problem, yeah. Since we set it up such that it's checking the area, right? Which this is. So we have this area here. we would need each one so it can know how to find it from that thing that it saw, but I don't know. And you can make a hide function in the body part script, and you can call it from the obstacle. Nice. Yeah, that's kind of what I want. Yeah, that's what I want. Man, it's so helpful. It's so helpful. Okay. Like, figuring this out on my own in Unreal Engine was multiple live streams. Like, I did... This is such a tangent, and I apologize, but it shouldn't take long. I just really want to let you know the degree to which I appreciate this. Because I very much do. Oh, let me open this up here. So, when I was learning Unreal Engine, I had the same situation. Just trying to learn how to communicate between scripts. And, you know, I was pretty much on my own. Like, some people came through, but it wasn't the same as with doing Godot. And this is part of the reason why I want to commit to live streaming Godot, because y'all are so helpful, and there's so many more helpful people that come through. Awesome people who come through, Stormrun, Kai, there's a lot of really great people who came through for the Unreal Engine streams, but there's just a different quantity that's happening with the Godot streams. And, you know, people like Stormrun, they weren't here at this point. But, you know, like back here, failing at collision. Like, you know, I would have to do this two whole streams here. This is kind of where I wanted to emphasize it. Like, you know, I had this 4.5 hour stream. I tried to do this thing, and I didn't get to do it. And then I had to do this whole other stream, another 4 hours. Like this was a week apart. These were a week apart. And then I had to figure it out. But like here, you helping me, we're getting this in the span of a couple hours, you know, because you're here and helping me, instead of me doing 2 separate, you know, 4-hour sessions to try to figure it out. You know, and then there were still other times down the line where I had to spend a whole amount of time trying to figure it out. And yeah, I just want to emphasize, I really appreciate that somebody's, you know, guiding me, because it just makes it a lot faster to figure this out. The way is same close to every huge engine. Yeah, it's actually really cool to make that connection. I mean, I would say in Unity, it was kind of a little easier. I would say Unity on the surface had like the easiest way to do it, but I found that it like had a lot of errors, and so it wasn't always consistent. You learn with it with a lot of hours. Yeah. Yep. And that's the reason I want to just like stick with one engine, right? Learning Unreal, learning Unity, learning all of those, GDevelop. I love it, but you know, investing so much time into each one at the same time, it's just like it's like I'm moving, because I'm learning 2 engines or 3 engines at once. I'm moving this fast. But if I learn one engine, you know, I can move a little faster. Unity's a little bit of a mess. Yeah. No, well, I found it easy to do, but there was like so many different ways to do it, and then those ways worked for some situations, but not all the situations, and it was kind of unclear which was the best for what. My Unity stint only lasted a few months, but anyway. All right, so distraction over. Let's make this happen. You can call it from the obstacle. You can make a hide function in the body part script. Yeah. Okay, so in the body part, so here's the right leg. Call it from the obstacle. So we have the obstacle variable set up. So if I say function, I don't know, check obstacle. I don't know if I'm doing this right. And then say obstacle. So, oh, check area. Oh, wow. And it's auto-completing with all of this, too. That's interesting. But that can't be. And so then, so I guess I want to say if, right? I want to say if obstacle check area, area entered equals or is set to whatever it is. So I have to define its name somehow. I mean, that can't be right. So, like, somehow, I mean, maybe I need to convert it to a string or something. I mean, I can't just say self, right? Or can I? Is this something that makes sense? So if you try more, you can see the differences and similarities between engines. Yeah, yeah, I do like, I am really glad that I tried many engines, and I would recommend it. You know, I would recommend it. Here you just need a hide function on the body part. Right. There's no way this works, right? This is the right leg. This isn't gonna work. Let's see what the bugs are. On area entered, not found. Okay, so that's fine. But if I just do area, is it gonna give me an error? An error? An error. Area not defined in scope. Yeah. I guess that's just true or false, right? Area entered is true or false. So overlaps area. What is this area 3D? Is that what I want? See what we got. Well, it's not. Let me clear these errors. I don't know what error we're seeing. I mean, that definitely didn't return an error. It just might not. Maybe the self thing isn't adding up. Error calling from area entered to callable area 3D on area entered. But it doesn't say on area entered anymore. It doesn't say on area entered. So if I go to the obstacle, we have check area. Hey, Pierogigon. Welcome. Good to see you. I have been attempting to set up some obstacle detection and have it affect the character. I've got all the limbs separated out with some different things going on. And I've got these pink blocks that are set up to check what body part has bumped into them. So we've got big props to Thought T. Thought T has been the architect of much of this. And so, you know, when I hit this, it'll see area leg left, right? And that's area 3D. And it also knows that it belongs to the character. So it knows how to find the character. It knows how to find the body part. And so now what I'm attempting to set up is when it sees, in this case, the right leg, I want it to then hide the right leg. I wanted to do more than hide it. I wanted to also turn off the collision and stuff, but I just want to see that work. So, you know, it might be hiding it for all I know. It actually might be happening. Now that I think about it, although I guess we would stop seeing it appear in the output, so it isn't happening. So that's what I'm just trying to set up now. I've been guided dutifully by ThoughtT, and now I'm just kind of figuring out how to take it a little further. What does check area return? A Boolean? Check area returns the body part information. What we did was that we detected the entered area, body parts, in the obstacles. Why is it good? You can write different methods for different obstacles later. Yes, yes. Right, that. And I'm still not there to fully appreciating how useful all that will be. Or not how useful that'll be, but like how I'll go about all that. And then, so back on the body, on this script. So check area. Oh, I see what you're helping me figure out, Rogie. So what I want to have returned, I don't know what this returns. That's a good question. I assume check area was a method because of the simple name. Check area is a function that was created in this class. So this is a class named obstacle over here. This is just the script that exists on obstacles. And check area is related to it being an area 3D, since it extends from an area 3D. And it reports what it sees when it crosses another area. Check area doesn't return anything at all, so that will never be true. Right. Oh, check area blank. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, so that's why when I come in here and I do check area, right, it tells me that's not a thing. Area isn't declared in the current scope. But it will autocomplete entered or exited. And so, you know, I mean, that could be a true or false, right? Checker is a function where you can check what body part entered in the current obstacle. So it's like, you know, if I were to do area entered true. Oh, maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. Is that what I'm supposed to do? Is that what I'm supposed to do, ThoughtT? Okay, I gotta say, ThoughtT, I appreciate when you choose to be silent. Because you also let me figure it out. Well, first of all, I don't have a good... Hiding it isn't gonna work well. Because I don't want to hide that. I want to hide this. Can I make this a unique name? This editable children? I don't think I can. But can I reference it? Oh, I can't. So that's why we did the export variable. Oh, so I want to say mesh hide. Huh? Hey, ThoughtT! All right. Let's go. Okay, cool. That was exciting because I came to the conclusion and then you said it and it was like, yeah, let's go. All right. I love it. Very exciting. Okay, cool. What a rush. All right, here we go. Let's see if it disappears. Let me see that leg disappear. Oh, it did it. Oh, it did it. That's okay. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's okay. Errors. What do we got? Error calling from signal area entered to callable area 3D obstacle GD. Method not found. On area entered. Method not found. What you talking about? I don't understand check obstacle function. Oh, I don't know. I just made it. I guess I need to do process. Is that my mistake? I need to do like process. Is that what I did wrong? I need to do that. I don't know. I just thought I'd create my own function. I don't know. I was just creating a function. Maybe I don't understand functions right, and that was a silly thing to do. Oops. Maybe create a hide function with mesh.hide. Oh, but that was pretty much okay. So I was okay, but I was just naming it that. That was just what I was naming it. All right, let's do that. A hide function with mesh hide. And call it from obstacle with area hide. Call it from obstacle. I am a little confused. I am a little confused. Create a hide function with mesh.hide. Error at 7.1. The method hide overrides a method from native class node 3D. The hell are you talking about? Let me catch up with what Rogi saying. Rogi says, return means what a function outputs. You can type return in a function and type anything afterwards, and Godot will make that the output of the function. Oh, okay. But what I'm saying is the way it is being used is in the if statement won't work because all the function does is print things. Oh, it would need to, I see. I see. It would need to return things if you want to check values. I could be wrong, maybe. If there's something about return values that I don't know. Is check area also a method? Check area... I guess I'm not really So wait, what's the difference between a method and a function? And I try to explain what you don't understand. Well, I mean, this isn't going to work. So wait, I'm all confused. I'm all confused at this point. At this point, I'm all confused. I don't know what's happening. So this is the leg here. The leg needs to know if the obstacle saw it, right? And if it did see it, then hide the mesh. A method is a function that is built in a GD script. A function is either a method or a function that you wrote yourself. I am still going Storm Run. I am. What time is it? Is it late? 5 hours? That is pretty long. Technically, I should stop, but I'm not going to stop until we're hiding limbs. I want to see limbs disappearing. Then I'm out of here. I will disappear when the limbs disappear. I'm devoted. The obstacle detect the area that collides. The obstacle detects the area that collides. Right. I mean, I'm just going to delete all this. And you can call on it the hide function. I'm mad confused. So over here on the obstacle, invalid. When did this become invalid? When did that become invalid? That's new. Oh, it needs to be capital or something? I don't think so. When did that become invalid? That used to work quite well. Okay, that's fine. I think. Maybe. Error going from signal area enter to call, but where does this live? You're trying to hide the part that gets hit? Yes, exactly. At some point, can you be just a head bouncing along it? Yeah. No, kind of. Yes. Yes. You won't be bouncing, though. You'll just be vulnerable until you die. But yes, basically. That is the idea. 100%. Error calling from signal area entered to callable. Where is this happening? Area 3D obstacle. Calling from signal area entered. But there is no... Oh, I see. I see what the... Wait, do I? I think I do. I think I know what's happening. I think this is an old signal that I didn't That's it. I didn't disconnect this. I think that's the problem. So then we shouldn't get that error anymore, maybe? Yes. Okay, good. No more error. Phew. So I check that out. All right, we're good. Just had to get that squared away. Okay, so you're saying, Thoughty, the obstacle detects the area. Right. So the obstacle check area, this is a function that we created. Or rather, I guess this is a method. I think. Is it a method? I don't think so, because I can't click on it. If I hold control, it's not like I can click on it. But this is an area 3D that it extends, that the script extends from, right? And write it in the check area function. Right, because all we were doing is printing stuff over here. Wait, I can just say area.mesh.hide? Are you serious? That's all I've ever had to do this whole time? Okay, it didn't work. We did get an error, though. Standalone expression. The line has no effect. Oh, standalone expression. Gotcha. The reason I'm confused is if it is a method, it's because I saw it being used in a different script that didn't define it. Oh, yeah. So it was confusing because I did it wrong. That's why you were confused. You were confused because I was confused. But I was acting like I wasn't confused. All right, here we go. Let me see that leg disappear. Bam! Thoughty has been like, just do this. Just put it in this place. Can you just put it in this one place? Can you just do that? And I was just... I was like, what? What? No, wait, why does that work? I'm gonna go ahead, very exciting, incredibly exciting, and why Thoughty will earn a prominent credit on this game. All right, Thoughty, let me get my arrow. Okay, Thoughty, oh, my arrow is below the credits. No, I don't think so. Okay, Thoughty gets to be Godot Consultant. That's GC. Obstacle detection. This will forever be at least your credit in this game. This is why you've earned this. Because without you, that would not be possible. And so I thank you. Just do it energy is pretty common in programming. It is surprisingly effective for learning and doing. The parenthesis is whatever object. Is it? Is it, though? I'm inclined to believe you. Okay, so why does this work? I hope it won't continue to confuse you in the future. It might. Oh, it might. No, I'm still confused. But you have definitely taught me to fish, or at least, you taught me to fish while holding the pole. Well, we both hold the pole, and you so you're teaching me to fish, but I still have to do it on my own. You can say hide another object if yes, make your own. Is that true? I have to take your accept parameter. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that's true, but I could be wrong because I don't know. But I think that might not be true. I think it's just like for arguments, and it's kind of like a syntax thing. Like Godot won't recognize it as like a finished piece of code until that's there. But I don't know if that's true. I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't think that the hide function accepted parameters. I thought it just applied to whatever scope it is in. I don't know. Thoughty is like big brain here, you know? We're just following orders. So, okay. So if I could potentially understand this. On the leg script. How is this possible? I don't understand. So when... Okay. So this obstacle is this thing, this pink thing right here in the scene. This is the obstacle, and then the script is attached to it. And it has a class name, so that way it can be seen by the leg. Hence why we're calling this here, I guess. I mean, if I were to delete that line, right? That's going to break it. Right? And so now the leg won't disappear, right? It does. So wait, we didn't need to even do that. So wait, what's the point of it being a class? I see what. So it's a class. So this I don't even need that, do I? I can just get rid of this line here. That's all just nothingness. Don't need none of that. Don't need a little tiny bit of that. Oh. Wow, and so now it'll do any body part, not just that one leg. That's wild. We're super far away from one of these. Give me one. So all the class name is letting us do, the only thing this is letting us do is if I want to add something new, it's now available as a node. That's all that the class is doing for us. Other than that, what's happening is that the node is checking the area that it's colliding with. The argument area here, I mean, none of this is a method as far as I can tell, if I'm understanding how to use the word method right. Oh, there's the ready here. We have area entered. Connect that to check. Oh, this is what I keep missing this line. So on ready, as soon as it's ready, it's going to check. What is connect? I don't even understand this. Connect this signal to a specified callable. A signal can only be connected once the same is callable. Dude, I don't understand. I'm trying to explain it. I don't understand it. The area variable is in the check area function. I just want to get it. I see that it works, but I just don't get it. The area variable is in the check area function. So here, always the area that's entered to the current obstacle. Okay. Rogi says, I'm being super intentional about using specific language we have used, but also we used that language once over a month ago, so I think a lot was forgotten. Okay. Fair. We added the mesh to those areas. What we can hide. Also 5 hours in a stream. For real. For real. Welcome if you are just arriving. I'm adding obstacles to this game to collide. It works. Thoughty in the chat has been incredibly helpful and has engineered much of what we've done. And we can just vanish. I love it. We can just totally become nothing, which is awesome. But I really want to understand why it works. I really want to understand why it works. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna keep checking this out. The area variable in the check area function So there is an area variable. This is a variable. Apparently this is a variable. So if I called this areas and I rename this to areas, that doesn't break anything because it's not, it just, so how does it know? How does it know? So it's this. So this must be the operative code right here. This has to be the operative code. I didn't realize we were defining a variable here. That's really interesting. The area variable in the check area function is always the area that's entered to the current obstacle. So the leg or the hand or any body part, and we can call the mesh hide function on it. So because that variable, it's so interesting because I'm just like, what's the difference then between an argument and a variable? Mesh is the mesh export variable with the linked mesh. Right. Right. So on the leg, we exported the word mesh here. And since it's exported, apparently, guys, and I kind of knew this, but I didn't really understand it. Apparently, an exported variable means more than just you can now add stuff in the inspector. I knew that, but I didn't really know how that worked. I see now. So exporting it doesn't just put it in here as something you can set, but it makes it accessible. So if I'm thinking of Unreal Engine, you can set variables to be public, right? Or not. This is kind of setting that to be a public variable. In this case, it's an exported variable. So it's accessible by other scripts. Okay, cool. And that's why we can just say mesh here. But I think one of the most important parts is this area entered connect part. And so then we're saying area entered, and we're connecting it to check area. Which, so this is kind of the same thing. Like, would you call this a variable as well? It's not an argument, it's a variable. When I think of variables, I think of like, oh, var check area equals area entered connect. Like, that's kind of the way. I mean, obviously this isn't gonna work, but like, or would I say like connect area enter? I don't know. I don't freaking know. But like, when I was just thinking that's how you make variables, right? But you're making like something else here. You call it a variable, and I believe you that it's a variable. So then this is the function. Well, you actually call this a variable, not this. And then this function can have apparently a variable defined in it. And this function knows to do this. And if this is at ready, I mean, hell, I probably don't even really understand ready, right? Like, to me, ready means, I guess, when called when the node enters the scene tree for the first time. But area entered would happen when the player enters the area. So if function ready is only called when the node enters the scene tree, then why would it keep checking for when the thing enters? I'm just so confused. But I'm so ready to learn it. You tried to describe it clearly, but it doesn't always work. Yeah, I know. Rogi says, a callable is a variable that is usually used to call functions in your script. So something here is a callable. Oh, that was in, right, when I opened up connect. Connects the signal to the specified callable. So the callable goes in the parenthesis. It is the argument. The argument is a callable. And that's what this is. And a callable can become a function. A callable is a variable, so it's a type of variable that is usually used to call functions in your script. Okay, this is interesting. So what the relationship between function check area and area entered connect check area, the connection between these is that a calling is occurring. Okay. All right. I mean, if I were to look at this, there is like this, a built-in type representing a method or standalone function. Built-in variant. When they say variant, do they mean variable? Wait, Godot doesn't say variables? They're called variants? Is everything a lie? It's called a variant? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, a callable is a built-in variant type that represents a function. It can either be a method within an object instance or a standalone function not related to any object, like a lambda function. Like all variant types, it can be stored in variables and passed to other functions. It is most commonly used for signal callbacks. This is fascinating. I'm learning so much. And to go with more weird analogies, there was fishing before, I'm going to do tennis or something, right? They say if you play tennis with a stronger player, right, you may get defeated, but you pick up things from doing that. And I feel like I'm coding with a stronger coder here. And it's like, it's making things connect, and it's very interesting. It's very helpful. Okay, all right. Rogi says, so I think check area inside the parentheses tells the node that area entered should call check areas. Let me get back here. Check area inside the parentheses. So as a callable, connect is still very interesting to me. Connects this signal to the specified callable. So if I want to set a callable, then I need to use connect. And here it says integer connect, which is interesting. But that's not quite what we're doing here. We have area entered, which is not integer. Area entered emitted when the received area enters this area. So apparently that doesn't just have to be an integer, which, you know, if I think about, okay, I'm trying to, you know, learn these, I'm trying to use the documentation to learn things, I would say that's pretty unhelpful to me. Like, that would certainly confuse me if connect is saying integer here, but it doesn't necessarily mean integer. Like, how the hell am I supposed to know that? So we can say a signal. I mean, this is a signal, essentially, right? Is that what we would call? Getting back to the code. I'm going to remove this. So would this be considered a signal, maybe? Or something that's relevant only to area 3D, emitted when it's an emission when the received area enters this area. So that makes sense to me. I gotcha. Because we extend from area 3D, this is recognized as what the thing that we're colliding with is. And then we're connecting that to a callable. And now that callable is being used as a function down here, wherein we're defining a variable, maybe a callable in and of itself to some degree. I don't know. We're defining a variable within a callable. So apparently a callable can have a variable within it. And then and that is just going to be connected to what this thing was that it collides with. For some reason, when the node enters for the first time, I think I don't understand what enters for the first time means. I think I don't understand what that means. Like, is it because the leg, the body part, is colliding with the area. So the areas are colliding, and that makes it enter. So like that's the entering is the collision. And so then therefore only when there's a collision, it will connect what was collided to the check area callable, which is hooked up to this function. I don't know if I'm saying that right, hooked up, which goes to this function. And so that lives in here. And then we're saying, not only does that live in here, but let's use that thing that lives in there in the rest of this function via the word area. And now, using the word area, we can say print that. That area also has an export variable called player on it. So therefore, we can get that information. There's an export variable on that area that it saw called mesh, and so we can hide it. I think I get it. I think I'm not using all the right words, but I think I get it. All right, let me catch up with chat. I really wanted to try to like work it out myself before I saw the explanations. From the signal, know it. Right. Alternatively, you could have just connected area entered to the script and put your code in there. What? Oh, you're saying, and it would have been like longer. So I could say area connect or just area entered. Mesh hide? Is that what you're saying? So I could just do mesh. Are you saying, is this what you're saying? That's not what you're saying. Is that what you're saying? Oh, it doesn't like that. Oh, so it can't find that. That can't be what you mean. But I believe you. Arguments can be variables. Okay. In fact, they usually are. Also, anything can be a variable. I think you mean a variant. I guess it technically isn't a variable for certain types. My bad. I don't know. It's funny that every single possible confusion is present all at once. Yes, for real. Very confusing. The signal area entered. Okay. The signal area entered. It is a signal. Contain, because I want to get the words right too. I want to like say it right. I want to be able to understand it right. The signal area entered contains a variable default. This is the area variable that we use. It is the returned area 3D object of the area entered signal. Right, got it. Area entered is a signal. Okay, so a signal isn't necessary, because I kind of thought a signal was something, you come over here, you click on a node, you come over here to the node tab, and then these are signals, and then you can right click them and connect them, and that's the only way you can get a signal. Bam, now you made a signal, right? I thought that's all a signal was just you literally have to right click and connect it. Now it's a signal. I didn't know a signal existed outside of connecting it via this, via the UI. I didn't know that. Now I know that. That's very helpful to know. Connect is applied to the signal area entered. And what connect does is tell the signal what to call. Whoa. It tells the signal, so the signal is calling check area. Area entered is calling check area. All right, what to do? Maybe you can check the area entered signal of area 3D in the documentation. Yeah. How would you feel about chatting on mic? Just floating the idea. I might be able to help. I am open to that. I'm extremely open to that. I'm right what I said. Okay, so I understand it. So I've learned something. I am open to it. I mean, at this point, yeah, let's get you on mic. I don't know. I'm open to that. Do 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 do. Let me get it pulled up. We might as well. We might as well. I'm not opposed to that. Not at all. Voice call. Whoa, that's loud. Voice call initiated. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome, Rogie.
Hi. I'm not trying to steal your show or anything.
Steal it. Take it from me. I don't care.
I feel like between the time that I floated the idea and now, you've got a lot closer to understanding everything.
Yeah, I did.
Um,
Well, it's still nice. It's still nice. Right, so, okay.
yeah, I can hang out for a little while.
Area entered. Now, okay, wait, here's my question that I didn't quite figure out. So, is that true that the ready function is calling, or okay, the ready function is called every time two area nodes cross each other? Is that correct?
Yes. Check area. Are you saying check area is called every time two areas cross each other? Or wait, what did you ask? I'm
really,
sorry.
I'm trying to understand function ready. I'm getting real basic here because I thought function ready
Gotcha.
was just like a one-time deal. Like the game starts, bam, function
It is,
ready,
yeah.
doesn't ever pop up again. That is true.
Yep. So if you look at Area 3D node and the signals, right now, area entered is not connected to anything because you didn't right click and click connect. So the reason it's only happening once is it's literally doing what you do when you right click and you say connect. That's what connect does. So it's taking the area entered signal from the node and it's right clicking and clicking connect. And then whatever's inside is like telling it what to call instead of like if you had right clicked and connected and it would have made a function for you.
Oh, I see. So it's not getting that information every time. It's just establishing the connection between area entered
Yeah.
and check area. You need to connect one time.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So this whole
Man.
time you could have just right clicked and done it. That's all it does is it literally just right clicks and does it.
So what's the
Except
advantage
that you can like name it whatever you want.
of typing it versus right clicking and doing it?
You can connect it to multiple functions and you can name the functions whatever you want.
Oh.
Those are the only advantages I know of.
Those are pretty big advantages, though.
Yeah, yeah, definitely, yeah.
Like, it almost feels like, what's the point of even doing it over here? Like, other than it's just easier or something?
Like, yeah, convenient, super convenient.
Wow.
Yeah. User friendly, maybe.
Wow. And this time you connect the signal to a function. Right. Don't say I connected. You connected it, Thoughty. Thoughty, you did some amazing work here. I'm just like following along and learning from what you have to teach. Okay, so yeah, I guess that. Wow, that clears up a lot for me. You can have area, or sorry, let me rephrase this. So you can have signals from nodes be connected to scripts by right-clicking and connecting it and doing all that, or you can just look at the name of it and set it up in this ready function and connect it manually with the connect word command
method.
Thank you. I need this is so helpful. I need that.
It's important. It will help. Yeah,
Right.
it will
So
help knowing the
using the
words. Yes.
connect method, I can take the area entered signal and have it be associated with whatever function I want in my script. Maybe multiple functions. Wow.
Yeah, and there was a third advantage.
What?
The third advantage is you can disconnect, because you can disconnect with there's a disconnect function.
Whoa.
So you can like connect them and then disconnect them whenever you want.
Wow.
And then reconnect them.
So I could say, like, after you do all of this, that's not gonna work, is it? I could say area entered disconnect. That's not gonna work. That's not how this works.
Yeah, no, that'll work. It'll work, and the thing that it will do is it will oh well, maybe it won't work, but if it does work, it'll make it disappear once, and then it will never be able to make it happen again.
It worked.
I
It
think.
worked. So you
Yeah.
can connect and disconnect within the script.
Yeah.
Wow, that's overpowered. Forget right-clicking. I'm never right-clicking to connect again. I mean, I might because I'll forget this, but as long as I don't forget it, this is the way I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, it's nice. I learned this during one of the Sudden devs, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah?
Is when I learned this.
Oh, that's an honor.
Yeah, I forget which one, but yeah. I don't remember. I probably shouldn't have been learning something like that at the time, because in a jam you just want to right click. But yeah, I learned it then. Yeah.
No, you know what? That's a wonderful thing. Because you know what? That means you succeeded in the
Yeah.
jam at learning something. Maybe you didn't succeed in the jam at making a game in time, but you learned something. So I think I understand all of this. We
Yeah.
have on our character a bunch of area bodies. I really want to go over it. I feel like we got it. Like, I feel like this is great success today. I can wrap this up, but I really want to like go over it and make sure I understand all of this. Oh, real quick. Thought he says you can add more obstacles from nodes and you can connect them again. That's why we made it from code. Right. So if I want to add a new obstacle, sorry, you did need to connect them again. Right. So if I add I see what you're saying. Just add the obstacle node. So I want to add a new obstacle, right? I can now do that really easily. So like this obstacle that's in here actually already has the code attached to it, but let's get rid of it just for the sake of demonstrating this. Because that was
a fourth benefit.
Huh? Fourth?
That's a fourth
Oh,
benefit.
it is.
Yeah.
And that was
Because
kind of
you can
no,
have
go ahead.
multiple. Yeah.
Multiple. Right.
Sorry.
Well, that
Yeah,
was kind of the purpose initially, is the thing. Like, that was initially when I was just like, okay, I want to set up a system where I can easily create multiple obstacles that are different from each other. And I think that was why Thought T even came up with this idea. So if I go to add here, I type obstacle, it's already available. Create it. Now there's a new thing in here. And, you know, I could add a different shape. Expandability. Right. I'll say mesh instance 3D. Let's make it a prism. Sure. And then from that, I'll create collision. I'll move it over here. Can add different shapes and it just works. Yes. Yeah, and then so then the other thing I think about would be like behaviors too, right? So now we have this. So like if it's an enemy that can shoot things instead of just being like static. And now this will just work. And so we can collide into this and it will behave just like that pink block because we already had all that code set up. Beautiful. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, so then the other thing I think about too is not only would I want to do that, but if I wanted to create something else, and let's say this thing can shoot bullets, right? But this can't. So, maybe I have no idea. I don't even know where to begin with that. I mean, what if I were to add like a node 3D and then have this be a child of that? Would that still work? I don't know. Drop this in here, put the obstacle as a child. I mean, why not? And then I guess I could have the script on here. So basically we're defining properties. So all I've done is I've taken that new obstacle that I made and I put it in a new node as a child of it, just to see, oh, it works. Cool. So then I could have like that script be, enemy with the guns and the shooting or something in here. That's pretty cool. You can override check area method with another script, but it's separate stuff. Whoa. Override check area. This is good. Rogi, do you have any thoughts about that?
Override check area method with another script.
Or just in terms of adding more function. You don't have to have thoughts about it. It's just you're here. And I just...
Yeah, no, I don't know exactly what Thought Team means by override, but yeah.
Yeah, I wonder.
Whatever it is, I'm sure you can do it.
I wonder if they mean like, if we didn't want it to hide, right? So instead of hiding, if you collide with it, maybe it does something different, right? Or, I want eventually you to be able to click on things like this. So I could click on, this object and then it could behave a certain way. Maybe it could even...
like under certain conditions do this instead.
Yeah, right. Maybe you could even have like a shield. A shield! Right? Like you could activate a shield and then now when you collide with it, it doesn't hide. Right? So something like that. Or it does damage or something. Yeah. Thought T says, you can create a script with just the check area method extended from obstacle class, and that overrides the original check area method for different purposes. Really? Create a script with just the check area method and extend from obstacle class. What? Extend from the we can extend scripts from classes? That's amazing. And that overrides the original.
Well, every script starts with extends. So
Right.
Thought T is saying create a script and say extends obstacle.
Right.
And then I'm not sure what that means. But that script would probably just be able to be called in any obstacle.
And like maybe in that instance, the scripts that are extending from that will, whenever you change check area, it will do something different for that script, wherever that's applied.
Right.
And you can damage the different body parts with a damage obstacle, extends obstacle. This is fascinating. All right. Let me just do my last passover to explain that I understand it. So, and create, oh wait, we got more thoughts. He's got more thoughts. I want to know him. And create a function check area, but you don't need to connect it because it's connected originally. Just override it. This is valuable. I'm going to need to reference this within the near future, I'm sure. Like, I'm even just going to type a little bit in my ever-expanding notepad. Override obstacle scripts via extends.
See, that's the part I don't understand is override it.
So I think what they're saying is if we do that, extends, make a script, extends obstacle, and we attach that script to something, and then we redefine check area in that script instead of
Right.
doing the stuff that's in here, it'll do the new stuff, but it'll still be predicated on the area entered condition, maybe?
Right. Right.
I think that's what they're
Okay.
saying.
Yeah.
It's good stuff. It's very flexible. It's tricky because, like, if I don't know that, like, how do I know that this is even all possible? But
Yeah.
it's
It's
helpful.
a great way to set it up, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm so glad I'm learning this now. Like, learning Unreal Engine, I didn't have any of this. I was just like winging it and researching and researching and researching and making mistakes. But like having someone like Thoughtsy in here who knows how to do this is just like accelerating my learning so much.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we have in our main scene is a character body with a bunch of, here's our character body. It's a character body with a bunch of area bodies inside of it that have collision. And you can see those blue collision lines on there. And there's actually 2 sets of the collisions on there. So not only are those detection areas in here with the collision for each body part, but there's also separate collisions for actually standing in the environment, which we haven't even gotten to that yet, right? Where I would want that to hide as well, or to disable, so that way the body will fall down and hit the ground. I should actually try to do that too. But that would be the idea as well, is that the entire character will fall down when those legs go away. So we have 2 sets of collisions in here. But the only thing that's actually hooked up right now is the area collision. So that's hooked up to this script that's exporting the player, and that it's a mesh instance 3D. So you've got mesh and player. And then, welcome back, Rogie. And then we're then referencing the player and mesh exported variables on our obstacle script, which is a class. On the obstacle script, we've got a signal that we're connecting to this function, and this function is checking to see what mesh based on, and this mesh right here is based on this exported variable on the body parts. And then it hides it when they collide, or when this signal occurs. So knowing that, if I want to now make the collision for each body part go away, one way I would think I could do this, if we're just going to continue from this, is I would want to export, because we have the player here. So I think I would want to say, it's going to be a little tricky, right? But I think I would want to say, it's going to be tricky, because I can't do player or area anymore. But if I wanted to say player, since player is the character body 3D, and all of these collisions are contained in here, I would think I'm going to be able to reference these somehow, so we can turn them off or disable them. That's I kind of would like to do that last thing before quitting. So I think I'm gonna try to figure that out. Now if I just say check area player, you can delete those collision shapes except one. Well, okay, I hear you, but I feel like that wouldn't work
That's not the.
because these collision shapes, one need for its gravity. Oh, so Thoughtsy, let me explain this part to you. So what my idea is for the game here, and Rogi, just interrupt me if you have a thought. But because
I think I have the same exact thought that you have.
Okay. So if these legs are gone, right? I want the body to fall down and be on the ground now. Right? So if I take the right leg and the left leg and I hit this disabled on, when I hit play, you'll see the character falls down like that. So I want to keep those collisions because I want it to be sitting on the ground like that. So whenever, not only do I want the legs to disappear when they hit the obstacle, I also want the collision to become disabled. If you do that with Physics Engine, I think it won't work as you want it. Okay. All right, I hear you. You have, when you say things that I don't know about, you're usually right. But, you know, since I can just do it here in the UI by clicking on it and turning it off, shouldn't I be able to just do that same thing with code and it function the same way? But maybe it doesn't. I don't know. It's worth a shot though, right? Unless it's not possible, but I think it should be possible. So I guess I'm just curious then how I can actually access this. So if I say player, I mean, I don't even know how to reference these in this code. I guess.
What is player?
Player.
Before you got player from area.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not even sure what area is, to be honest.
Okay.
I think so. Area.
I know what it is.
The area entered signal might have that information.
Maybe. So area. So if you look at the output log down here, when I collide with stuff, it's printing what area sees. So it sees area leg right, area leg left. It's printing the name of the area 3D. So we have detection areas over in the scene tree. So area leg right, area leg left, arm left, all that stuff. That's what it's seeing because we're exporting.
It's a node.
Or that's not the, but yeah, it's a node. Yes, it's a node. That's it. It's a node.
Yeah.
And then player is being exported by each body part, and it's defined as the character body 3D that it inherits, or that is inherited from, or whatever.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So when it hits
I just don't.
Yeah.
That's not something I'm familiar with, is setting a variable to a class. That's different. That's like something that you learned probably. You probably understand it better than I do.
Yeah, I just figured it out because of Thoughtsy. So because of that check area callable, it's like in this parenthetical here, area is being defined as the variable. So if I like control click after print area mesh, all this, you can see it links back to the argument in the function. So it's all, and I can change this, right? If I make this areas with a Z, capital Z, right? Like, then I just update all of these, and then that's the same, and it'll work just fine. Because that's the only place that this exists.
Right.
Thoughtsy says you can rename area variables to body part area or similar to clarify it. Right. That's a pretty good idea. It's a pretty good idea, actually. It's actually a great idea. And so, you know, so if I want, even though Thoughtsy thinks this might not work like I want, and I certainly, and I want to say also, I anticipate later on down the road, I'll want to do this differently, right? So I'm kind of just setting this up this way for now, for the sake of having what feels like the prototype. You know, and that'll evolve and change. I want to feel that when I run into things, I fall. I want to knock into things and I want to fall down. That's what I want. And maybe I'll change it later, but I kind of want to see if we can do it now. So if we derive the player information once the collision happens, I don't know. I guess that's not the right thing to do. I guess I need to somehow... Yeah, so I guess I need to figure out how to see the collision of the character body. The different collisions for each body part position. How I can somehow interpret that when that collision happens. So we're putting that on the obstacle. So the obstacle is what chooses, hey, I'm going to hide the body part when I see the body part. Now I want to say, when I see the body part, I want to also turn off the collision of that corresponding body part. I'm not sure how to do that. Perhaps.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I got it. I kind of see what you're saying.
Not that you know how to solve it.
Can the collisions be children or parents of the areas that we're calling? Because if they can, then we can reference it.
Yeah. Okay.
By starting from the body part and then doing get parent or get child.
Unfortunately, if I do that, the collision won't work anymore. The physics, because the area 3D nullifies the physics component. That's why I even made the separate ones, unfortunately.
Yeah. And this script is on the obstacles, so it's not like we can navigate the scene tree very easily.
So this might be a different day task. Thoughtsy needs to go to sleep. 2 a.m. Get some sleep. You've earned it. You've been working hard for us. You didn't confuse me too much. No, you didn't at all. Man, I mean, some folks, bless their hearts, have tried to explain things for much longer than you did. And we never got there. But here today, we did get there. And so you did amazing. Thank you so much for your help. Really, really elevating my skills and all of our skills by sharing this. So thank you. It can be confusing at first thought, he says, but it's a very simple method. Yeah, it is. Kind of once you like get it and remember it, it is simple for sure. Get some sleep. Sleep well. Thank you so much, Thoughty, for your tips and your guidance. And yeah, I'll see you next time. You're most welcome, Thoughty. I'll be here. I'll be here every Wednesday and Thursday starting next week. And then by the middle of December, we'll be doing this 3 days a week. So yeah, I'll see you then. Bye-bye.
I have an idea. But if you want to end.
No, I only want to end if I don't have an idea. But if you have an idea, I want to hear it.
Okay. I see that we're able to access the character body 3D.
Yes.
So I bet we can call the collisions from that.
Exactly. Right. And I don't know how to do that, but that's what I was thinking. So if we say like player.
Oh, it should be easy. Just like drag it in, right?
Well,
after player.
Unfortunately. So this obstacle script
not like that. You got to do.
Doesn't exist in the scene tree.
You got to do body part. You got to do body part underscore area dot player and then dot and then call it.
Oh. Ooh. Body part area dot player dot expected identifier after dot. I'm
and
trying.
then you drag it.
Collision leg right. And so that'll just work? I mean, now look, it doesn't know which one to do here,
Not.
but
It doesn't it need like a $sign? I don't know.
so that was
Or
the
maybe
other
you can use
thing.
the get node.
So if I
function.
drag this in
Yeah.
here and I drop it, it's going to give me an error. Because it's going to say it can't drop nodes because it's not in the scene. This obstacles
Gotcha.
exists on the terrain block.
Okay. Try. I've never tried this function, but try get
Ooh.
underscore node,
Whoa.
and maybe the string of the. Oh, it has a word. It's node scene tree node something something.
So what am I
Sorry,
typing?
get node goes after the dot.
After the dot.
Yeah. Because we're starting from the scope of the character body 3D, and then from that scope, we're telling it, look through the character body 3D and get this node.
Okay.
Get all the children of the character and find this node. So then there's like parentheses, and I forget what the parameter is.
Well, it certainly allows me to type in collision object 3D. It's auto-completing it.
Yeah. Huh.
But I don't know what it would pick. It would pick like, I mean, if it gets rid of all of them, that'd be
Yeah.
hilarious. I'd love to see it. Honestly.
I wonder, can we look at get node?
Oh, it just
The docs for
crashed.
get node. I need to know
Yeah.
what.
Oh, actually, get node. I can't even click on it. So I have to look it up.
Oh. Lame. I hate it when it does that.
It's
It still
like-
does that sometimes.
It's like, nope, I'm not real.
And I promise if this doesn't work, I'll get off.
Okay, that's
I don't
okay.
wanna
No, it's worth a
keep you here
shot.
forever.
Okay, so it's giving me animation. That seems wrong.
Name string name. String name. Returns the sub animation node of it. Oh no, that's animation node. That's not.
What does it
Wait,
need to
what?
be in? GLTF state is get nodes or get node index, visual shader, scene state.
Oh, there's like a lot of.
There's a lot. XML parser.
There's a lot of get nodes.
Node.
Oh my god.
Here's node. Get node. Here we go. Fetches a node. The node path can be either a relative path from the current node or an absolute path in the scene tree to a node. If the path does not exist, null is returned and an error is logged. Attempts to access methods on the return value result in attempt to call error.
Relative. Possible paths are.
Oh, I see.
I know that this will work, but I don't know how to type the parameter.
It looks like
I know the
a
parameter
string?
has to be a string.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it has to look like those.
Oh, that okay.
Uh,
That could work.
Maybe you can just type the string and then put collision underscore leg right inside the quotation marks. I think that might work.
Okay, so oops. What have I done?
So then now we're in the scope of the collision, and I guess we just want to hide it now.
What have I done? Okay. Oh, because it's such a long line? Why does it keep putting it?
Right. still getting used.
I think. I don't know what
You can.
the
I
wrap.
think you can tab it over.
It's
Like,
the wrap. Okay, I see. That's really
it's
confusing.
the wrap.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. All right, let's see
Yeah.
what happens. So it should. Well, actually, I would want to say. Sorry, I would want to make sure
Oh yeah. You
both
don't want to hide
legs
it.
go away. Because, I mean, this is not ideal because it doesn't know which one to hide. But if it hides both the legs or turns off...
Yeah.
Oh, we also need to tell it to do something. We're getting the
least-
node, but we actually need to still tell it to disable somehow.
Yes. So we have to do dot whatever that is.
Oh, that's... I see. And then, like, parenthesis. Gotcha. Okay. Now, why is this one got unexpected identifier in class body? What are you talking about?
Disable function. I'm not sure that that's what you think it is.
Oh, okay. It's just...
I think we have to go
Mhm.
to the inspector and see what is the name of the property that you were clicking before that disabled it. And then we have to set that to true to disable it.
Oh, so like... So it's called disabled, and it's got a checkbox.
Right.
So we want to say true.
Yeah, so you want to do dot disabled equals true. Yeah.
Gotcha. I assume I don't have to capitalize it. Equals true. I still don't know why I'm
Yeah,
getting
I
an
don't think
error
so.
here. Unexpected identifier class body. Because all I did was copy the same thing as this. The only difference is...
Oh, unexpected identifier.
It's like the same thing.
Identifier. Maybe the get node thing isn't working. In which case, I think we made some good troubleshooting, but I don't actually know where to go from there.
It's so weird that it
Unfortunately.
wouldn't see the error the first
Mhm.
time, but only when I try to repeat it. Because if there's just one,
Oh.
there's no error.
Is there a typo?
I don't think so. Body part area dot player dot get node. It's just like exactly the same. Collision. I mean that...
Collision leg.
I mean, I bet I could even say the same thing.
No.
Like make it exactly the same. And it would give me the error. What?
Huh.
Like that's weird, right?
In class body. Identifier in class. So the class. So it's saying the unexpected in the class. The class is player. Unexpected I don't know what identifier means. I'm gonna look it up. What is Godot identifier?
Because that's the same line. It's the same thing happening twice there. I mean, if I already even change this hide, I don't know. So get node isn't even the problem, because if I put in a different thing, it doesn't accept that either. Is it not indented? It's not indented. Oh my gosh. It's not indented.
Oh, that was it.
The auto wrap, the
I
wrapping.
still want to know what identifier means.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, you might have to turn it off. You turned it back on, right? Like,
I
if you
did
wanted
because
some sort of benefit from it.
I have to because I miss stuff. If it's like out of sight, out of mind. If stuff is off screen, forget it. Like,
Right.
I have to get used to it. Okay,
At
so
least
now,
that's something that like you can remember. Oh, sometimes I don't indent
exactly.
when I'm doing it
Yeah,
this way.
exactly. It was the first time I've encountered that. All right, let's see if we fall to the ground when a collision happens. It does not. It absolutely does not. The collision is indeed not turned off.
So maybe maybe we should have heeded the words of Thoughtsy.
Perhaps. It depends what's going wrong. You know, we don't really know what about it is failing.
Yeah.
Obstacle
Check area can't change this state
Let me get
while
into it.
fishing queries.
Flushing.
Use call deferred.
To change your
Oh,
monitoring state.
you might have to use call deferred.
Somewhere?
Shoot, but I forget how to use call deferred. So, okay. I think I know something that would be easy. Try putting body part underscore area dot mesh dot hide after the 2 lines we just wrote with the get node. Maybe hiding it is having some sort of problem.
Oh, interesting.
Because that function call deferred is a function that will ensure that something happens before something is like deleted or something like that. So the reason when I saw that in the output, I was like, oh, maybe it's an order thing.
We're not falling, but I wonder if the error is going to be different. Same error. Unless I just didn't clear it or something.
Same error.
But I think that...
Yeah.
Oh, let me just double check.
Huh.
Of course it's far away. Okay, we got the errors. Yeah, same errors.
Same errors, yeah.
Well...
Not really sure, yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, that's kind of what I was thinking, is if we wanted the collision to go away when we hit stuff, we are getting the information about the player when that collision occurs. And so, you know, there might be some way to fetch this information. I feel like that's a whole thing. I'll look into it. I feel like I'm gonna have to call it, unless you got another idea. That was a good idea.
Yeah.
That was a good idea.
No. I think even what we wrote is probably the start of a solution.
Right.
But I don't know what the next step in this is at all.
Right.
So yeah, it was good. It was good.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me on. I think this will be really fun.
Yeah.
I'd like to do this more after I'm not coming home so late.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's gonna be like after 2023. You don't have to talk about that, but or after the semester next year.
A little before. Yeah, no, the semester, my work technically ends December 15th.
Let's go. All right.
Yeah, a week before the solstice.
Oh, wow. Okay, solstice.
Yeah, I'm very excited for the winter solstice because the winter solstice means that every day after, the sun is going to be in the sky more and more every day. So it's much easier to feel positive.
Yes.
When the sun is not retreating.
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't know that. But I do very much benefit from more sun. Tremendously. Well.
Yeah. Things will only go up from December 21, the winter solstice.
Oh, I like that. It's like a very positive way to think about, I don't know, progression of time.
Yeah. For like the second half of winter, it's very positive, and then if you apply that logic to the first half of winter, it's very negative.
Well, now it's all downhill.
Yeah.
You could always twist it. You could say, well, it's just further away from when it's gonna be good again. Now it's positive.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just a matter of perspective. That's all.
Yeah.
All right, Rogie. You have a great rest of your night.
Get off now, Lee's.
That's been Pierogigon hanging out with us. See you later for now. big props to Rogi for coming on and helping me understand things. What we achieved today, I'll tell you what we achieved today. A couple things. Number one, this character has separate arms from its body. So we can now run into certain obstacles, like that triangle, and lose a limb. One arm, gone. We can even lose a leg. Bam, one leg, gone. I'm making a survival runner. That is to say, a game where you are kind of getting chipped away by things in your environment, and you have to try to keep your body repaired, and it's gonna have this rail endless runner kind of vibe to it. Right now you can chip away until you're nothing. Ideally I'd want this to be like damage and we fall on the ground and we're just like this like wriggling nub that can be quickly killed. But I'm really proud of the work that was done today, especially thanks to Thought T. Big props to Thought T, who in the chat gave us some great advice on how to set up a scalable system for these obstacles, so the obstacles can interact, and we can create a new obstacle and have it do other things in addition to having the property of making body parts disappear. So that's really cool, and it's really exciting to me. We didn't get the whole thing to fall down to the ground yet, but that'll be great for next week. I'm doing these Godot streams for now every Wednesday and Thursday. Not tomorrow though. This week I'm only doing Wednesday, but next week I'll be doing Thursdays. So Wednesday and Thursday I'll be doing Godot, working on this game, a little Blender too, whatever I need to do. And then by the middle of December I'll be doing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday live streams, all about working on this game. I want to finish this game. I want to learn Godot. I'm all in for it. Thank you for joining and checking out the live stream. Big props to the patrons for supporting this live stream. Speaking of that, I want to give you updates. So my internet service provider, I switched it recently. I took a break to get some shoulder surgery. I switched my internet, and it turned out that new service provider is worse than my old one. So I need to switch back to my old one, because it turns out the problem I was having with my old one wasn't a problem with my old one. It was a problem with my Ethernet cable. So now I've got a new Ethernet cable. I'm gonna switch back to the old internet service provider. The reason I tell you this, goodbye Rogi. The reason I tell you this is because the Patreon money and the YouTube member money, thank you for joining on YouTube and being a member, has been a huge help, because now that I'm going back to my old internet, they're gonna charge me to reinstall their service, which I don't blame them. I don't blame them. It was my fault. So, you know what? That's fine. But it's for the stream. It helps so much. Thank you for making those contributions, because it makes it possible for me to do these experiments and make sure that my internet and everything is squared away. Really appreciate it. You can get some Patreon benefits for free if you head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev. If you join for free, you'll get an entire live stream every Friday after the game jams. So come to the Patreon, hit join for free, and you'll sign up, and you can get a newsletter in your inbox, and it will come with a whole live stream, this live stream right here, that I do every Friday, that you can only get if you join up like that. So thank you if you're able to do that, and I hope you enjoy. It's my gift to you. It's a live stream for signing up for the newsletter. And then if you do decide to contribute financially, you'll get a whole other live stream on Mondays, which is a much longer one where I learn art stuff. So if you're interested, check out that, either Patreon or YouTube. You have to do Patreon for free to get the free live stream though. All right, y'all, that's enough for all that. Much love, much appreciation. Next stream is going to be on Friday for the Game Jam. If you want to watch the previous episode in this Godot series, you can, and you're watching this after the live stream. If you're watching this right now, it's not gonna work. But if you're watching it after, hey, what's up? Tap on the left to watch the previous episode in these Godot live streams. Tap on the right if you want to watch the next one, and I'll see you there. Goodbye, y'all. Thank you for watching. Thank you for helping me. I appreciate you.